Chapter 822. There were dragon roars in the sky, leaving behind black marks. Smoke started to burn on the lookout towers of many peaks. News of success or failure didn't need many words to describe it. It relied on some simple smoke or light transmission to reach a speed faster than the flying exotic beasts. Ding Ning, who had entered the Yang, finally had a definite track. From the marks left behind by the soaring snakes of Jiaodong Commandery, it was possible to judge that he was heading towards Zhongshu Commandery. Zhongyi was trapped in the Zhongshu Marquessate establishment. This period of time was not a torment for him. He and Su Qin were different in that Su Qin always thought that he was an important person who could decide the direction of the world. Even though he had great power, he subconsciously felt that he was a minor person. This kind of polite house arrest was a peaceful period of seclusion for him. He had the important method from the shaman master to cultivate. His peaceful attitude caused his foundation in seal path, vital energy, perception, and other areas to become more stable and better. Sometimes, for cultivators, it was not necessarily a bad thing to progress slowly. Instead, it was a state that ordinary people could not achieve. When the soaring snakes of Jiaodong Commandery started to appear in the sky, even though Zhongyi did not leave his room, he sensed the strangeness of the cultivators and soldiers around the Marquessate establishment. He naturally knew that Ding Ning was coming. He trusted Ding Ning too much, and knew that Ding Ning would successfully take him away. But the reunion after a long time made him uncontrollably excited. However, he did not expect that there was another person who was very close to him, who had arrived before him. This was a seemingly ordinary old man. But no matter in the present or in the past, he was the most important existence in the Yang dynasty other than the Yang Emperor. This old man was the master of Celestial Seal sect. The one who led this old man here was also an old man. He was the official who had come on imperial orders to reward Zhongyi, Ji Qing. He was a feared and powerful official in court, but in front of the master of Celestial Seal sect, he naturally maintained humility. He quickly retreated, and left the master of Celestial Seal sect and Zhongyi alone. "You really surprise me." Looking at Zhongyi, who had changed greatly, the master of Celestial Seal sect could not help but sigh in shock. "They want me to come because they want me to stop Ding Ning from taking you back," he said. Zhongyi was shocked. "Sect master, this is their opinion, and not mine." The old man waved his hand, indicating for him to be calm. "The military will not be satisfied, but how can my thoughts follow their wishes? If Ding Ning can bring enough power to intimidate the military, I naturally will not force myself to do so." "Sect master." Zhongyi was suddenly moved. "The biggest reason I chose you back then was because you are not shocked by honor and true kindness. Just like Ji Qing just now. He gave you the title of Marquis in place of the Yang Emperor, but this title has become a shackle that imprisons you, and plays you in the palm of his hand. Just now, you see him, but you are not angry." The old man waved his hand, indicating for Zhongyi not to say anything, and for him to continue listening. "Take things as they come. You have a calm heart, and are suited to cultivate the seal path. You are not proud or extravagant. You can always see your shortcomings, so you have been improving. You will understand some things as you grow older. But in the present situation, who has enough time? Since the day you became my direct disciple, not just me, but the elders of the sect have all silently agreed that you will be the next master of Celestial Seal sect." "What?" Although he had been reminded twice by the old man to calm down, Zhongyi could not help but be shocked when he heard the old man's words. He suddenly raised his head. "Yu Yi's Yellow Heaven Daoist seal is the most important power of the sect. He naturally became close friends with you. This is a great blessing for the sect." The old man looked at the shocked Zhongyi and said, "I will tell him to go with you." After saying this, the old man didn't say anything else. Instead, he handed over a purple jade token to Zhongyi. Yet this was more powerful than any words. Zhongyi's hand froze in shock and he did not know what to do. This was the token of the sect master of Celestial Seal sect. Anyone who was loyal to Celestial Seal sect and thought they were still disciples of Celestial Seal sect would see this token as if they were seeing the sect master. This is not just a token, not just a symbol. The old man looked warmly at Zhongyi and said, There is also a true seal of Celestial Seal sect on it, and only the sect master's inheritance. This was the true inheritance of the position of sect master. How can you do this? Zhongyi used all the strength in his body to force out an incomplete sentence. Unless you do not want to recognize yourself as a disciple of Celestial Seal sect. The old man did not say anything to Zhongyi. He looked deeply at his favorite student and then walked out of the seclusion room Zhongyi was in, and out of the marquesate establishment surrounded by soldiers. When he boarded the carriage waiting outside, he sighed softly. This was a bit rushed. But he did not have much time left. Zhongyi could not leave the marquesate establishment. He watched the back of the old man and the departing carriage from the marquesate establishment. He inexplicably wanted to cry. For some reason, he felt this old man's back was no different from his teacher Shui Wangshu back then. What did the sect master talk to you about? Yu Yi's figure appeared next to him. Zhongyi did not know how to answer and showed him the sect master's token in his hand. The sect master, the moment Yu Yi saw the token in his hand, he was stunned. In the next moment, the shock in his eyes became even stronger. On this, what is it? Half of the seal scripts on this are the Yellow Heaven Daoist seals that I cultivate. Half of them are the Yellow Heaven Daoist seals that you cultivate. Zhongyi could not understand but felt there was a secret here. He and Yu Yi returned to the seclusion room where they usually cultivated. But whether it was Yu Yi, who saw that half of the runes were Yellow Heaven Daoist runes, or him, they had no clue. They only felt that the Yellow Heaven Daoist runes and the rest of the runes were mixed together in a mess. One person will be able to see something. He should arrive soon. Zhongyi did not spend too much effort to comprehend it. Instead, he said this to Li Yi. When he said these words, there was a strange gust of wind that swept up the banners in the barracks outside his Marquis mansion. In the sky above Zhongshu Commandery, the shadows of multiple serpents appeared. The old Yang official Ji Qing's carriage had not driven far from the marquesate establishment when he saw the shadows of the serpents in the sky. His carriage stopped. Chapter 823. Ding Ning had come. The first sword of the world had come. But no one knew what he had brought, and what would happen in the end. So all the Yang people who looked up at the sky, and the shadows left behind by the serpents flying in the sky, including this old Yang official, could not help but be nervous. However, to the old man from the Yang dynasty, the flying serpents had limited carrying capacity. It was impossible for them to carry many people from the sky. They could not bring an army, then they could talk. Ji Qing let out a muffled sound. The carriage returned to the marquesate establishment. The dark clouds above Zhongshu Commandery grew thicker, accompanied by thunder. All the birds and beasts in the forest sensed the presence from the sky, and trembled in fear. Looking down from the sky, one could clearly see the many military camps that surrounded the Zhongshu marquesate establishment, the densely packed soldiers and large seal weapons. But like a famous artist drawing a thick and colorful painting, there were no extra decorations. With a wave of his hand, several enormous serpents came out of the clouds in front of countless shocked gazes. With a terrifying presence, they fell like meteors into the depths of the Zhongshu Marquis mansion. The wild wind carried a slightly fishy water vapor as it swept out from the center of the Zhongshu marquesate establishment, and sent a cold feeling to the soldiers and cultivators outside. Since ancient times, peaceful measures were used before force. Ji Qing had a good grasp of time. When these flying serpents landed in the Zhongshu marquesate establishment, his carriage had stopped outside Zhongyi's courtyard. His carriage stopped at one end, and the flying serpents of Jiaodong Commandery landed at the other end. Between them was the courtyard where Zhongyi's study was. The dark clouds roiled on the other end, and quickly dyed the courtyards into a valley covered in fog. The water vapor, tinged with a dark luster, smashed onto the old minister's body like waves after waves. This old Yang official's robes were wet, but he gradually straightened his back. He bowed to the front, and said, "Greetings, Mr." In front of him, Zhongyi and Yu Yi had already walked out, but he wasn't bowing to Zhongyi and the others. A figure had already walked out of the wave-like black water vapor. Zhongyi's eyes instantly moistened. It was a familiar figure. No matter what kind of identity he was given now, in his heart, this was still the little junior brother he was familiar with. He choked up and couldn't say anything. Ding Ning walked out of the thick water vapor. Looking at the sobbing Zhongyi, he bowed to Ji Qingwei and then to Zhongyi. He said calmly, "Senior martial brother." Upon hearing this, Zhongyi's vision became even more blurry. However, he was even more certain in his heart that no matter what his identity was, his little junior brother would always be his little junior brother. It had never changed. "Let's go." This time, Ding Ning did not reprimand Zhongyi for being wishy-washy. Instead, he simply said 2 words. "You can't go." Ji Qing's voice sounded. Ding Ning had already turned around and was waiting for Zhongyi to follow. Hearing Ji Qing's voice, he didn't even respond. Everyone in the world knows that the Basin Kendo ground is different from Yuanwu Zhengxiu because they keep their promises, fulfill their promises, and are reasonable, Ji Qing said harshly. "If you want to take Zhongyi away, you must first be reasonable." Ding Ning did not turn around and said, "You feel I am unreasonable?" Ji Qing said gravely, "Zhongyi has already been given the title of country guarding marquis. Since he has received it, he must obey the emperor's orders. He is such an important person, he must obtain the emperor's permission to leave Yang." Ding Ning asked calmly in response. "You mean, the Yang emperor will not allow him to leave with me, and will not allow him to leave Yang?" Ji Qing stilled. "Do not talk to me about your reasons, and do not use the Basin Kendo ground of the past to measure me and the present Basin Kendo ground." Ding Ning's calm voice sounded again. "The Basin Kendo ground will change. Right now, the Basin Kendo ground is still reasonable, but it is what we think is reasonable. You do not need to tell me that the Yang emperor has given him an important task and will not allow him to leave Yang. While he is my senior sect brother, there is sect uncle Li Daoji above me. My sect uncle Li Daoji has not allowed him to accept the title of Marquis of the Yang dynasty. As a disciple of White Goat Cave, how can he accept the Yang dynasty's reward?" Hearing this, before Ji Qing could answer, Zhongyi stilled and bowed his head in shame. He said, "Junior sect brother is right." Ji Qing didn't expect that Ding Ning would use such an excuse. For a moment, he couldn't find a reason to refute. "There are many soldiers gathered here, and more than the Yang Imperial Palace. I think your emperor will not stay in the Imperial Palace, and will be in the military camp here." Ding Ning said calmly, "This is because you do not trust me and the Basin Kendo ground. If he wants to hear what I have to say, you should not be the one to talk to me, but him." Ji Qing was silent for a moment and then said, "Sir, we do not trust you and the Basin Kendo ground because you are from the Qin. So even if you promise something, we will not be reassured. So, if Zhongyi stays here, we will treat him as an honored guest. This is a good choice for both of us. This is a good choice for you, but not for me. I will never be threatened. Even more importantly, you think this is a good choice because you feel that even if I come, you have the power to stop me from taking him away." Ding Ning shook his head and said. Ji Qing did not deny it and said slowly, "This is the truth. You think too simply." Ding Ning smiled mockingly. Ji Qing raised an eyebrow. A strong feeling of shock made his blood flow unsmooth, and made him feel dizzy. This feeling came from Ding Ning's confidence, and because he knew that someone of Ding Ning's status would not speak lies. "If there is, let us see it." He breathed deeply and then said to Ding Ning. Ding Ning did not respond to his words. The mist in front of him, which had been generated by the surging auras of the soaring snakes, suddenly disappeared as if it were being burned by the sun. But there was no warm temperature. Instead, there was an indescribable coldness coming from it. Even the soaring snakes that occasionally roared felt fear. Just like the beasts in Zhongshu County who had feared their arrival, they started to tremble. Ji Qing's pupils started to contract. Many of the spectators on the high platforms outside, and even floating in the air with their own power, started to contract. As the mist disappeared, more than 100 figures walked out from behind Ding Ning in an orderly manner. Just from the way they walked, people could judge that they were true soldiers. The general at the front was Xiong Yang. The soldiers behind him were all cultivators, and their cultivation was similar. So people could easily judge that these soldiers were part of the Chu Gold Dagger army. The Gold Dagger Army had been the strongest army of the Chu dynasty in the past, and had played a decisive role in the Battle of Yangshan Commandery. But at this time, what made the Yang people have difficulty breathing was the armor of the Gold Dagger Army. Chapter 824. The appearance of these armors were extremely simple and unadorned. They looked extremely large, making the soldiers who wore these armors appear exceptionally tall and sturdy. This was completely different from the Chu battle armor that advocated nimbleness. The armor was made from a kind of refined gold, but the surface was naturally uneven like dragon scales. Its color was dark to the extreme, and an exceptionally cold aura was constantly being emitted from the armor. No matter if it was the surface of the armor or the inside of the armor, there was a layer of light flowing between the flesh and the bodies of these soldiers. So even though they wore such large armor, they did not give people a feeling of emptiness. These Gold Dagger Army soldiers followed Xiong and walked behind Ding Ning. They were very close to Ji Qing at this time, but because of the deep black light and the light of the water, people felt they were very far away, like they were standing in an abyss and looking out. Ji Qing's hands clenched, his fingernails digging into the flesh of his palms. A few more wrinkles appeared on his forehead. "Nether battle armor?" he asked Ding Ning in an uncertain and slightly empty tone. Ding Ning still did not turn around and said calmly, "If it is not the nether battle armor, what will I show you?" Ji Qing was very old. Old meant that even if there were no accidents, he was infinitely close to death. So people like him did not have much fear of death. Another layer of meaning was that he had been through many storms and waves for a long time, and had seen enough scenes. But at this time, Ding Ning's voice reached his ears, and caused his mind to blank for a moment. When Ding Ning had turned around, there were many soldiers moving outside the Zhongshu Marquessate establishment. There was a lot of noise, but at this time, it was deathly silent. Many people knew the answer in their minds. Other than the nether battle armor of the Nether King's nether army, what other armor could give people such a frightening coldness, as though it did not belong to this world? In the records of the cultivation world, there are many records of the nether battle armor. Ding Ning's voice sounded again. Accompanying his voice was the clear sound of a sword breaking through the air. He flicked out a sword energy with his finger. The sword chi was bounced straight up into the sky by him, and then fell straight down, landing on the body of Xiong, who was the leader. When the sword energy landed on the surface of the armor, there was a layer of black light coming off the armor, like 5 or 6 black clouds bursting out and rolling, but there was no sound of impact. Xiong body did not tremble at all. This sword chi bounced off the surface of the armor and landed on the ground. With a kai sound, it pierced a deep hole. At this time, there were many powerful cultivators inside and outside the Zhongshu Marquessate establishment. These cultivators could see the power of the sword energy that Ding Ning had casually flicked out. Therefore, they understood even more clearly what Ding Ning was trying to prove to them with this strike. How is this possible? Ji Qing recovered from his blank mind. He looked in disbelief at Ding Ning. Everyone in the world knows that you have many of the Yu Emperor's secrets, like you have received his true teachings. But if you knew how to make the nether armor, why did you not use it when the Basin Kendo ground fought the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties? Ding Ning understood his confusion. If the Basin Kendo ground had such armor back then, many fewer people would have died in some battles. But the answer was very simple. Back then, the true Jiaodong commandery was not in my hands, and I did not have enough forging materials. Ding Ning took a deep breath and said slowly, "Also, to make this nether armor, I need a group of people who cultivate a unique true water method." While there were arrangements back then, those people had not grown up, and did not have that kind of cultivation. This explanation was clear enough that even Ji Qing, who was already slow to react, could understand it clearly. He looked at Ding Ning's back, unable to speak. Back then, I did not guard against Zheng Xiu. Regardless of whether she did it intentionally or not, she received much of the Yu Emperor's inheritance from me. Even now, she does not know all of the Yu Emperor's cultivation methods and artifacts, but she has at least half of what I know, Ding Ning said without turning around. His voice spread out clearly because he didn't want Ji Qing to hear it alone. With hundreds of nether armor, it is enough to protect me and some cultivators to enter the Yang and Chu imperial palaces. No matter how many armies there are, it is useless. So you do not have the right to keep my senior sect brother from talking to me. Yet, even though I have such power, I do not dare to charge into the Changling Imperial Palace to face Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu. Think about the reason. Because I feel that the power I have now is not enough to deal with them. Even I think that they have great power that they have not shown. Even I do not dare to charge into Changling. Why do you feel that the Yang and Qi armies are enough to destroy the Qin? Before I expressed my opposition, you could not wait to send troops. You also wanted to use my senior sect brother as a hostage so that I would not act rashly. You were worried that I was Qin. But you never thought that if I opposed, it was not because I was worried you could win, but because you could not win. Ding Ning's voice echoed in the Marquessate establishment. There was no response from the Yang people. He did not want to argue with any Yang, and just wanted to state his opinion. As to whether he believed it or not, that was not something he cared about. He just wanted to take Zhongyi away. So after saying this, he did not linger, and started to walk towards the soaring snakes. Zhongyi and Yu Yi followed. Xiong gold dagger army returned to the black mist created by the soaring snakes. Just as the soaring serpent was about to soar into the air, a young girl's figure rushed into the courtyard. Zhongyi, I will go with you. This young woman was Murong Xiaoyi. Zhongyi looked at the figure of the young girl rushing over and opened his mouth hesitantly. Do not be so wishy-washy. At this time, Ding Ning scolded him just like he did in Changling. Zhongyi bowed his head in shame, and nodded at Murong Xiaoyi without speaking. The soaring snakes rose into the air, and the black clouds rose from the ground. Gradually, they no longer covered Zhongshu Commandery, and moved further away from the Yang soldiers and cultivators in Zhongshu Commandery. However, as these soldiers and cultivators watched these soaring snakes leave, the dark clouds and bad premonition in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 825. Occasionally, sword lights would flash across the fields like meteors. Arrows and flowing fire fell from the sky. Broken armor and corpses, shattered giant seal weapons, and giant beasts that had died in a frenzy hammered the ground. The once fertile farmland had been covered by the flames of war, and turned into swamps with all kinds of things. After a short rest, the Yang and Qi alliance started their fiercest attack on Guanzhong from Zhongshan Commandery. Each day, cities were turned into meat grinders, and tens of thousands of soldiers died in battle. The Yang and Qi alliance advanced at an astounding speed. In just a few days, more than a dozen cities in Guanzhong were lost. Such a ferocious attack naturally had to pay many times the enemy's casualties. In the view of ordinary people and officials who did not understand war, the Yang and Qi alliance had many times the Qin army and cultivators. Even if they used this tactic, it was enough to exhaust the main forces of the Qin dynasty. Another reason was that winter was approaching. Due to the weather, the Yang and Qi alliance had to obtain a temporary victory before the winter arrived. If they could take Guanzhong, they could reach Changling. After losing their granaries, military equipment, and important cities, the Qin dynasty only existed in name. Yet all of the high-ranking generals of the Yang and Qi alliance knew the true reason. This fierce attack that did not care for losses came from the failed assassination of Xu Fu. Xu Fu's enormous sword formation of 600 boys and girls was a great disaster for the army, not just for the cultivators. This kind of power, in some stalemates, was enough to decide the victory of a crucial battle. So before that, the Yang and Qi alliance had to do their best to destroy the main forces of the Qin dynasty. Other than this reason, there was another reason that only a few of the highest-ranking generals knew. The secret workshops that Zheng Xiu had built in Guanzhong were empty. These secret workshops had only been built for half a year, but even more importantly, no one knew what she had done in these secret workshops. On the night of the failed assassination attempt on Xu Fu, Zheng Xiu had gone to those secret workshops. Then these secret workshops that had never shipped anything out started to ship out in large numbers like they were moving warehouses. No one knew what these goods were, because according to reliable military intelligence, these goods were transported onto Xu Fu's Nether Float fleet. Then, the Nether Float fleet disappeared. Now was not the time when the Qi dynasty and the Qin worked together to defeat the Chu. There were no more Qi cultivators on the Nether Float Fleet, so no one knew where the Nether Float Fleet would go. No one was sure, which meant that it could suddenly appear anywhere. To these high-ranking generals of the Yang and Qi army who knew the situation, they had to obtain a decisive victory as soon as possible to ensure the victory of this war. When the fighting in Guangzhou was at its fiercest, a young person who had been separated from Changling for a long time returned to Changling. Su Qin walked through Changling. He first went to Falling Parasol and then to Ink Garden. The shabby alley in Falling Parasol seemed to still be the same. Ink Garden was slightly abandoned. But even so, he encountered some young cultivators who had come to pay their respects. For the young cultivators who had just arrived in Changling, these places seemed to have become places they had to visit. He found it somewhat ironic. It was not only the attitude of these young cultivators of the Qin dynasty towards Ding Ning, but also the attitude of this city and himself. The walls of Changling were finished. Yet without Mo Shouqing, without Yi Xileng, and even Huang Jinwei who had been moved to Guangzhou, this seemingly well-guarded city was like the pivot of an enormous formation that had been taken away. He walked among them. Even if he did not disguise himself and used his true appearance, no one cared. In the end, he walked to Li Lingjuan's establishment. At this time, it was in ruins with weeds growing everywhere. Thinking of what had happened here, Su Qin smiled with slight disdain. At the same time, he felt some regret. He had left Changling too early, and Li Lingjun had died too quickly. He had been too weak when he left back then. As a result, his return this time was dull. He did not even have an enemy he wanted to kill. No one knew him as he walked on the streets. There was no glory of returning home in glory. He walked through the ruins alone. He grabbed a handful of wild millet and chewed. Then he boarded a carriage parked at the back of the ruins. This seemingly ordinary carriage headed towards the imperial city but easily passed through the gates and drove into the imperial palace. Deep in the imperial palace, in a hall where even the autumn light was blocked by a mountain of cases, the old man bent over the table slowly stood up. He looked at Su Qin who gently pushed open the door, walked in, and then gently closed the door. His eyebrows rose slightly. With a thread of curiosity, he asked seriously, "Who are you?" Su Qin did not directly answer Minister Yang's question. He examined everything in the hall and said coolly, "Actually, I was thinking on the way here. If Ding Ning had not entered White Goat Cave, what would have happened to me and Zhongyi?" Minister Yang suddenly understood. "So you are Su Qin." Su Qin looked at him and smiled. He nodded in greeting and said, "The Qin dynasty's 2 ministers are the wisest. Li Sai is dead, and only you, Minister Yang, remain. So this junior wants to hear your opinion on my question. His heart is tough, but he is still a hero in troubled times." Minister Yang glanced at Su Qin and smiled. What else does Minister Yang have to say? Su Qin nodded in thanks and asked. Minister Yang's expression did not change. He said, "Killing me is useless. Yang Qi will lose. You will see it soon." Su Qin frowned. After a long moment of thought, he said, "In reality, what I want to ask you is, Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu against the Basin Kendo ground, who do you think has a greater chance of winning?" After a pause, he looked at Minister Yang and said seriously, "Because this concerns what I should do after you die." Minister Yang laughed. "So you are not just a hero in troubled times. In my view, it is 50-50. But no matter who wins, it is better than you winning in the end." Minister Yang paused and looked deeply at Su Qin. He said, "Because even Zhang Xiu only enjoys the process of taking over the world. But you do not care about the process or the world. You only care about yourself." Su Qin smiled. He bowed slightly and said, "Please." This seemed to be an invitation for a fair duel, but before he bowed slightly, a silent black cloud had already landed from the beam behind Prime Minister Yang, towards the back of his neck. "Demons and monsters, you are not good enough." Minister Yang suddenly opened his eyes angrily and shouted his final evaluation of Su Qin. A golden light came out of his back and shattered the black cloud with a boom. Chapter 826. Su Qin was not angry at this evaluation. He smiled in slight disdain. Just as the golden light shattered the black cloud, his aura changed completely. Previously, he had been standing there quietly with only his presence. But in this moment, many vast presences appeared behind him at the same time. In this moment, in Minister Yang's perception, many people seemed to have burrowed out of Su Qin's energy sea. Minister Yang felt disbelief. How could a person's body contain so many different energies? In the next instant, the aura changed completely in his perception, turning into an extremely eerie death aura. The entire hall suddenly brightened up, coated with a layer of black-red brilliance. It was as if countless huge tails had suddenly spread out from Su Qin's back, and hundreds of huge black and red arms stretched out from his back. There was a loud bang. These hundreds of arms came down, and shattered the golden light that had just appeared on Minister Yang's body. Minister Yang's body suddenly fell down, and he became several inches shorter. Blood started to seep out of his skin, and he looked terrifying. What kind of monster are you? Minister Yang still did not show any terror on his face, only a kind of shock and anger. Su Qin's lips curled up, and he smiled slightly. The black and red light completely disappeared, and those ferocious and terrifying huge arms were quickly retracted into his body along with the release of black qi. Monster! Demons and monsters can't even be seen. He looked sympathetically at this old man who was about to die, and said softly, Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu, are they not thieves and prostitutes? Pity, you overestimate yourself. Without Zheng Xiu's support, you are just so. I spoke to you before in hopes that you would change your mind, and that there was a possibility of cooperation between us. Pity, you chose to seek your own death in the end. Cooperate with a monster like you? Prime Minister Yang laughed, thick blood seeping out of the wrinkles on his face. If you purely rely on shortcuts for cultivation, and you can't even tell what's yours, then what will be yours in the end? Su Qin frowned. At this moment, he was truly displeased. In his opinion, the loser should not have such courage and drive in front of the winner. Actually, you should understand one thing. But before he spoke, Prime Minister Yang was already looking at him, using the gaze of looking at a child, and continued, many times, people live in the world, not to have many things in their hands. Sometimes, they have to care about how others see you, and what words the history books use to describe you. What's the point of being looked down upon even after obtaining so much? Su Qin felt annoyed. He slowly raised his head and said expressionlessly, I'm still being looked down upon because I haven't gotten enough. As for history books, they can be burned and rewritten. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath. A strange force exploded in Prime Minister Yang's body. Prime Minister Yang fell, and his body began to disintegrate. A black energy flowed out of Prime Minister Yang's body, and flowed into Su Qin's mouth and nose as Su Qin breathed. Su Qin felt that his strength had increased by another point. This feeling was very good. So he did not care about Prime Minister Yang's words before his death. More black energy surged out of the imperial palace. Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn, more battles were occurring. But no one went near the halls where Prime Minister Yang was. Su Qin slowly walked out of these halls, feeling even more mocked. The slightly cold autumn wind blew on the plains of Guangzhou. The flying grass was filled with the sounds of killing, and the thick scent of blood. Suddenly, there was an enormous boom in the distance. The ground shook violently, and the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Many of the Qin and Yang armies fighting looked in the direction of Zhao in shock. The tremors came from Zhao, very far from the battlefield of Guangzhou. What kind of unforeseen event and power could cause such an earthquake from thousands of miles away? Ishure Commandery of Qin. The former commandery of the Zhao dynasty, or what many Qin people were used to calling the Zhao border commandery. An enormous smoke dragon was rising. Inside the smoke dragon was the sound of water and thunder, like countless serpents were rampaging. The place where the smoke dragon rose had previously been a dam. Behind the dam was Yi Water Marsh, one of the largest lakes of Zhao. When the Zhao dynasty was at its peak, this Baifu Dam, funded by a local rich man surnamed Bai, had been completed. When the dam was built, the rocks of the two surrounding mountains had been hollowed out. The purpose of this dam, other than regulating the flow of some rivers and making it convenient for ships and trade, was to prevent Yi Water Marsh from bursting and preventing floods. But now, this enormous dam had been destroyed and collapsed. Giant rocks weighing thousands of pounds were pushed by the wild flow of water into the nearest large river. This large river was Yi Water, leading to Yang. Facing the smoke dragon, on a slope where the water could not reach, there were two armies. One army had tens of thousands of heavy cavalry, thousands of archers, and the rest were infantry with long spears and short blades at their waists. No matter if it was the heavy cavalry, archers, or infantry, they all had the symbol of a blood swallow on their armor. This was the Blood Swallow Army. Just like the Gold Dagger Army was the strongest elite army of the Chu dynasty, the Blood Swallow Army was the strongest elite army of the Yang dynasty. Other than the Blood Swallow Army, there was an even larger army waiting silently. They were all foreigners, from the Dai country outside Yang. This was a kingdom formed by a few of the largest cavalry and archer tribes in the wilderness. Other than the swordsmen, archers, and cavalrymen who were similar to the Qin, Yang, and Qi armies, many soldiers in this army had different kinds of strange beasts. Compared to the Qin, Yang, and Qi armies, this Dai country army was disorganized. But most of the soldiers were more muscular, filled with a savage and bloodthirsty presence. This army was like a group of wild beasts, viciously staring at the river being battered by giant rocks and wild flows of water. The Blood Swallow Army and the allied army of the Dai country were the trump cards that the Yang Emperor had kept. Now, these two forces did not hit the forts of Guanzhong Commandery, but here because the cultivators of the Yang dynasty had finally confirmed the whereabouts of the Nether Float Fleet. This Nether Float Fleet was traveling through the Zhao border towards the Yang. At this time, they were at the bottom of this large river. The surface of the water that had been battered by giant rocks suddenly surged upwards, creating even larger waves. Countless roars rang out from the two waiting armies. The Nether Float Fleet was about to appear in front of them. Chapter 8:27. One after another, the nether floats broke out of the water like giant mountains rising from the bottom of the water. The reason why these nether floats were able to travel underwater was because of the support of the Yin and Ghost Yuan Qi formation. At this moment, countless huge rocks fell into the water, and these nether floats suffered from the impact. The formation on the ships was already unstable, and as black gas leaked out, powerful Yuan Qi forces clashed within the ships. The nether floats were like the giant bell of a divine king, shaking and swaying. Amidst the turbid waves, a few nether floats were the first to reach the shore. The enormous ships were like giant mountains as they crashed into the mud and rocks on the riverbank, sweeping up thousands of piles of mud. Kill. The ground was still shaking violently, and the mud and rocks were still falling into the sky. The 3,000 heavy cavalry of the Blood Swallow Army and the vanguard of the Dai Army had already started their charge. Mud and rocks were splashed up from the ground, into the sky, and then back down like rain. The heavy military weapon that these heavy cavalry of the Blood Swallow Army were equipped with was the Blood Dragon Tooth. It was a curved heavy spear that was made with the unique blood-patterned steel of the Yang territory. The body of the spear was very wide and thick, like a crescent moon. The body of the spear was engraved with green cloud and golden lightning talisman scripts. When it was swung, wind and thunder would come out of the spear. The green wind and lightning would shoot out of the body of the spear and have a certain killing effect. Most of the vanguard of the Dai army were heavy war chariots that were pulled by some giant beasts. These war chariots were all different, and looked like they were made by different workshops of different tribes. But at the front of the war chariots, there were all kinds of hard rams. Driven by the giant beasts, most of these war chariots were even faster than the heavy cavalry of the Blood Swallow Army. The war chariots were pulled into the air by iron chains, and the warriors on them were like demon gods made of iron, roaring crazily and waving all kinds of strange weapons. There was a loud boom. The waves on the riverbank surged, and the energy in the nether floats sprayed out, causing a circle of mud and rocks to roll out along the first few nether floats to reach the shore. The heavy cavalry of the Blood Swallow Army and the vanguard of the Dai Army had completely pulled into their formation. Behind them, there were still 7,000 heavy cavalry of the Blood Swallow Army and the main army of the Dai Army slowly moving forward. Even though these nether floats were huge, they were like an island surrounded by the tide, and felt isolated and helpless. However, The moment the cabin doors of these nether floats opened, all the soldiers of Yang and Dai Kingdom froze, and a chill rose from their hearts uncontrollably. Inside the open cabin door, rows of Qin soldiers stood in neat rows. It was dead silent. Even though the turbid waves were surging to the heavens, the mud was filling the sky, and the enemy was charging at them like a landslide, these rows of Qin soldiers just stood quietly behind the cabin doors, not moving at all. It was a chilling feeling, but the Blood Swallow army was the most elite army of the Yang Kingdom. How could their state of mind be shaken by such a scene? Furthermore, at first glance, there were only a limited number of Qin soldiers in these nether floats. Based on this calculation, including the few nether floats at the back that had not yet reached the shore, there were no more than 10,000 Qin soldiers in them. The Blood Swallow army had more than 10,000 cavalry, thousands of archers, and thousands of infantry and cultivators. Even when facing the elite Qin army, the same number was enough to defeat them, much less when the enemy was several times their number. Therefore, in the next instant, these heavy cavalry of the Blood Swallow army let out a fierce roar, completely dispelling the chill in their hearts. The 3,000 heavy cavalry brandished their spears in unison. Even though they were charging madly, their movements were uniform to the extreme. There was an enormous whoosh in the air. The astral winds and lightning on these blood dragon teeth merged together like a giant banner, completely scattering the turbid waves and mud coming at them as they swept towards the nether floats. Kill. At the same time, military orders sounded from the deathly silent nether floats. All of these orderly and motionless Qin soldiers started to step and charge out of the ships. In a flash, dozens of heavy objects were thrown out of the chariots of the Dai vanguard army and smashed down. The Qin soldiers at the front were like scarecrows blown into the air by the wind, smashed into the muddy shore. The Blood Swallow army cavalry behind them, while the mud waves created by these heavy objects were still jumping up, had already reached the Qin army at the front. Followed by a series of crashing noises and metal grinding noises that made one's teeth ache, the frontmost formation of the Qin army, which was messed up by these heavy objects, was completely broken up. At least 100 Qin soldiers were sent flying in all directions like scarecrows. However, it was also at this moment that a wave of uncontrollable gasps and cries of surprise rang out like a tide. These Qin soldiers wore ordinary Xian armor and were no different from ordinary Qin soldiers. But under the Xian armor, they were not made of flesh and blood. Under the collision of the heavy objects and the slashing of weapons, these Qin soldiers would have wounds on their bodies. But no blood flowed out from the wounds. Instead, there was only a cold light that carried the unique presence of formations that flowed out like water. The counterattack started amidst absolute shock. Except for a small number of Qin soldiers who were directly pressed into the mud by the heavy objects, no matter if it was those who were smashed away by the heavy objects, those who were knocked away by the heavy cavalry, those who were stabbed by the blood dragon teeth, or those who were directly chopped off from their horses, these Qin soldiers all started to fight back. Some of the wounds that were fatal to ordinary soldiers did not seem to hinder their movements. Amidst the sounds of cold air being sucked in and cries of alarm, the gloomy longswords in their hands cut into these heavy cavalry's weak points with exceptional precision. Abnormally hot blood sprayed out like a waterfall at the same time. The heavy cavalry at the very front were like sliced chives, falling down in an orderly manner. The heavy cavalry at the back howled in shock and fury and charged forward. Yet as more Qin soldiers charged up from behind, these heavy cavalry met the same fate. 3,000 cavalrymen of Blood Swallow army and the vanguard army of Dai Guo looked as if they were sliced by a black guillotine. Their blood sprayed and sprayed behind these Qin soldiers, yet they could not stop these Qin soldiers from charging forward. Fire! A shrill military order rang out. In both the Yang and Dai armies, all the archers and long-range seal weapons were activated. Arrows and fire fell like rain, covering the shore ahead. Yet what caused their hearts to contract was that not many Qin soldiers had fallen. These Qin soldiers had at least 3 or 4 arrows stuck in their bodies, and at most dozens. Yet these Qin soldiers still coldly advanced. What kind of battle puppets are these? There are so many. What kind of monsters are they? Terrified shouts sounded among the Dai armies. At this time, the shore roared again. All the nether floats in the rear had reached the shore. In the cabins where the doors were open and no Qin infantry appeared, The sound of hooves sounded like rain. These hooves were like a curse of death that struck the hearts of every Yang and Dai soldier. In their frozen gazes, there were war horses and chariots charging out of the cabins, accompanied by the howling wind. The Qin soldiers on these war horses and chariots were not alive, their eyes flashing with light. Chapter 828. Pew. A general of the Blood-Swallow army chopped off half of the head of a Qin soldier. However, this Qin soldier did not slow down in the slightest. He swung his sword and stabbed into the armor of this Blood-Swallow general, throwing him down from his warhorse and nailing him to the ground. This Qin soldier who had lost half his head emotionlessly pulled out his sword and cut off the head of this Blood-Swallow general. The 3,000 Blood-Swallow cavalry and the 10,000 vanguard of the Dai were instantly defeated by 2,000 such Qin soldiers. When the Qin soldier killed this Blood-Swallow general, among the 3,000 cavalrymen who led the charge, only a few of them had fallen into a pool of blood and mud. The vanguard of the Dai were terrified by the slaughter. After being cut in half like grass, the rest of the vanguard were frantically fleeing. Especially those giant beasts that had lost control, they crashed into the chaotic Dai army in their mad dash. These giant beasts were siege beasts and towing beasts. The smallest and least lethal of them were the border bulls that had been strengthened with medicine. They were blue all over and weighed 1,000 pounds. The largest of them were the iron-armored rhinoceros and tusked elephants that weighed several thousand pounds. When they galloped, the force of their collision was even greater than some heavy seal weapons. These giant beasts that had lost control fled frantically. In an instant, they created dozens of blood and mud paths in the Dai army, causing many soldiers who were lucky enough to avoid them to vomit. The chariots of the Qin army started to enter the battlefield. The biggest difference between these chariots, whether it was the soldiers or the war horses, and all soldiers and cultivators, was that their strength would not show any signs of exhaustion. Even the Qin soldiers that were fighting with the Blood-Swallow cavalry at the very beginning, other than having their limbs broken and unable to move, did not have any decrease in strength. They were killing machines that would never stop. The killing of the infantry was brutal. The fact that the Qin warhorses that were pulling the chariots did not show any signs of exhaustion meant that their charging speed would not slow down. Even for heavy cavalry, their strongest strike would always be the first strike they made. The first collision would exhaust a lot of the strength of the heavy cavalry and their mounts. It would even bring a certain degree of damage to the rider and their mounts. Afterwards, when they entered a battle formation, it would be difficult for them to charge forward and generate momentum. However, the chariots of the Qin army were different. Even if there were collisions along the way, the war horses that were dragging the chariot would unleash even greater strength and force their way through. Even if the chariot was temporarily hung with heavy objects, it was still not slowed down at all. The 4 soldiers on the chariot held long spears in their hands and swung them in all directions, like 4 hurricanes of death. Among the 4 soldiers, there were 2 archers. The 2 archers seemed to have some kind of connection with the cultivators. They kept shooting arrows at the cultivators in the Yang army and the Dai army. The Blood-Swallow army had no choice at all. Just by relying on the military power of the nether floats that had docked, the Qin army had gone from welcoming the charge at the start to instantly launching a counterattack now. When these chariots of the Qin army arrived in front of the infantry, they led the infantry at the back and engaged in a fierce battle with the 7,000 heavy cavalry. The archers of the Blood-Swallow army and the Dai army had completely lost their effect. This was especially so as the Dai country's army was formed from the various tribes. They were ferocious at the borders but lacked coordination. Now that they were panicking and lost their footing, the arrows from the Dai country's army caused a lot of damage to the Yang army. Amidst the chaos, the generals of the Yang army could not restrain them. The heavy cavalry relied on their own weight, and under the charge of the chariots of Qin army, they were unable to hold their ground. Their heavy armored mounts were pushed back, which made the Blood-Swallow army, who had strict military discipline, even worse. Yet this was just the beginning of the Qin army's counterattack. In the already chaotic air, there were suddenly countless shrill cries. Flying swords flew out of the nether floats at terrifying speed, and instantly created hundreds of whirlpools in the air. The swordsmen of the Qin army were the main characters of the battlefield. The speed at which these flying swords reaped lives would surpass any seal weapon on the battlefield and any weapon in the hands of ordinary soldiers. When any army faced the Qin army, they would be wary of the swordsmen of the Qin army. When these hundreds of flying swords flew out of the nether floats near the shore with terrifying howls, some of the cultivators of the Yang and Dai armies finally acted. The Yang and Dai armies had an absolute advantage in numbers. In this moment, the number of flying swords that flew out of the Yang and Dai armies was no less than the Qin army. Hundreds of sword lights also created terrifying whirlpools to meet those flying swords. In a moment, the sound of metal clashing and energy clashing sounded in the air. Some of the flying swords had collided countless times within a single breath, and countless golden flower-like flames were sprinkling down from the sky. The wind of death howled above the army. Any sword energy could cause a head to leave the body and fly into the air. Yet of the two sides fighting, one had no fear, or rather, did not know what fear was, while the other side was made of flesh and blood. More seal weapons were activated. Destructive light exploded in the air. Some of the metal nets, flying blades, and chains that restricted the flying swords flew and fell in the air. Yet even the generals of the Blood Swallow army who were in a frenzy started to understand that this battle was different from all the battles they had experienced before. In the past, these things that were just as destructive were a threat to both armies. When they fell from the air and killed their way through the army, both armies would feel terror and be restricted. But now, while these things could pose a threat to the flying swords of the Qin swordsmen, they could only cause terror and threat to their own army. Because what was charging at them was just some metal, leather armor, seal weapons, and inexplicable methods piled up together. They were not flesh and blood that could move mind. Even though the cultivators had the advantage in numbers, the hundreds of flying swords of the Qin army could wander freely on the battlefield and attack anywhere. The flying swords of the cultivators of the Yang army and the Dai army could only block them, and could not kill Swordmaster Qin on the nether float. The nether floats themselves were mysterious and powerful fortresses. The flying swords of the Yang and Dai armies that flew into the nether floats lost their connection to their masters. Like helpless lambs, they were swallowed up in an instant. The flying swords of the Yang and Dai armies could not directly threaten the Qin swordsmen. But the flying swords of the Qin swordsmen could directly attack their swordsmen. The attendants of the Yang and Dai armies that guarded the swordsmen died in every breath in order to block the flying swords of the Qin army. Amidst the continuous whistling and clashing of the hundreds of deadly sword winds, the sword masters of the Yang army and the Dai army would have blood splattering around them with every breath, and someone would fall down. The chariots of the Qin army were still charging. The arrows of the archers on the chariots were also searching for the Yang and Dai army swordsmen. Retreat, create distance, and force the Qin swordsmen on the nether floats to leave the ships and the chilling iron turtle shell. Otherwise, their flying swords would not be able to reach far enough. This seemed to be the best response at this time. However, fleeing was dangerous in itself. Most importantly, when they could not use such a tactic, fleeing back would also consume energy. But the Qin army they were facing did not consume any energy at all in their pursuit. As long as they started to retreat, this battle would become a one-sided slaughter. How could a battle that had been prepared for a long time, and even used the power of the Dai army, turn into such a battle? Chapter 829. On the battlefield in Guanzhong, the Yang and Qi armies advanced quickly. They did not care about casualties, and only pursued results. The Yang and Qi armies quickly forced the Qin army to a point where they could not escape. The three main armies of the Yang and Qi armies had swept through the last obstacle to Changluo. The vanguard army was nearing Changluo. From the city gates of Changluo, it was possible to see the three long trails of dust created by the three vanguard armies as they advanced. Changluo was not just the most important city in Guanzhong. For the entire Qin dynasty, Changluo was only second in size to Changling. It was the second largest city in the Qin dynasty, and was even more prosperous than Changling. If Changling was the head of the Qin dynasty, and all the government orders came from Changling and reached the entire Qin dynasty, then Changluo was the heart of the Qin dynasty, and provided the blood and nutrients for the entire Qin dynasty to function. From any angle, Changluo was the key to deciding the outcome of this war. The Qin dynasty could not abandon Changluo. If Changluo was lost, even if the Qin dynasty armies could counterattack and reclaim Changluo, the Qin dynasty's economy would suffer immeasurable losses and would not recover. For the Yang and Qi armies, Changluo was the final battle location. According to reliable news, the Yuanwu emperor was in Changluo. The emperor would not leave Changluo, so the Qin army would not abandon Changluo. The Qi emperor was still at the very back of the Yang and Qi armies. A newly ascended emperor should have a vigorous vitality and an indomitable spirit in the midst of successive victories. Also, there was news from Changling that the other prime minister of the Qin dynasty, Prime Minister Yang, had been assassinated. Prime Minister Yang's death was good news for the Yang and Qi armies, putting aside the fact that the Changling officials were leaderless and could not handle many political matters. Just the news itself was good news for the Yang and Qi armies. However, the closer they got to Changluo, the more the Yuanwu emperor refused to retreat, and the more uneasy the Qi emperor felt. The young man who had made a deal with him, Su Qin, had come from Changling's White Goat Cave. He had been crippled due to a sword competition and had followed Li Ling commandery to the Chu border. Then, Zheng Xiu had arranged for him to escape to Yang Celestial Seal sect. Then, he had become Zheng Xiu's representative in the Chu border, and the most powerful person in the Chu capital. In the end, he had been kidnapped by Qi Siren, but had quickly become the leader of the Qi dynasty's cultivators. In Emperor Qi's opinion, Su Qin's rapid growth was mostly due to Zheng Xiu's manipulation. Compared to Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu, he was just an infant beast that had been manipulated to grow quickly. From this perspective, Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu were naturally much more terrifying than Su Qin. However, Su Qin had already said that he would really assassinate someone like Prime Minister Yang. The news of Prime Minister Yang's death had shaken his confidence. He started to feel that the attitude of Ding Ning and the entire Basin Kendo ground was not because Ding Ning and the people of the Basin Kendo ground were Qin people. Everyone in the world knew that Yuanwu liked peace. Yet no one knew that Yuanwu was still by the river outside Changluo, in the palace that had been converted from the Dragon King Temple. This place was closer to the vanguard of the Yang and Qi army, close enough to see the flags of the army and the cold light of the weapons of the soldiers. If one was too close to the army, they could be ambushed by the cultivators and elite troops. Yet, there were only two people in this palace: Yuanwu and Huang Jinwei. The Dragon King's palace was built facing the river with its back to the mountain. There was a mountain path at the back that led to the top of the mountain. Yuanwu was standing at the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked silently at the plains where the river led to, at the Yang and Qi flags and the cold light of their weapons. Huang Jinwei stood silently behind him. That day, this lonely one returned to Guanzhong and met the empress here. This lonely one brought official Xu Fu, and she brought Yi Xinhe. The two parted on bad terms. Yuanwu looked at the dust dragon formed by the Yang and Qi army for a long time before he slowly spoke. After saying this, he paused for a moment and then said, "When a person becomes an existence that controls the dynasty and even the world, many times, his actions cannot be based on his personal preferences. If this lonely one is purely a cultivator, this lonely one may not be able to make her dislike him. But if this lonely one is purely a cultivator, I cannot have her." This is the contradiction. Life is made up of countless contradictions. Even you are very different from your teacher Mo Shocheng. But both your teacher and this lonely one have never been wrong about one thing. You are selfless, and you care about all the Qin people. The empress comes from Jiaodong Commandery. Jiaodong Commandery is a remote place, and has been biding its time for many years. Other than being richer than Guanzhong, they also have the ambition to rule the world. Their craftsmen have spent the most effort in the past centuries on the research of battle dolls. In Changling, there are many metal battle dolls on the two sides of the stone path outside the empress study. But since ancient times, the one that has the deepest research on seal weapons and battle dolls can form an army is the Yu dynasty that once ruled the world. Wang Jingmeng shocked Changling in the past, and the cultivation world quickly learned that he had received many inheritances of the Yu dynasty. So I speculated that the empress came from Jiaodong Commandery, and approached him first after entering Changling for some of the inheritances of the Yu dynasty. The most important were some of the seal weapon forging methods of the Yu dynasty, like the formation of the nether floats, and the puppet army of the Yu king. She got what she wanted. Before Jiaodong Commandery was taken over by the Basin Kendo ground, many forging materials were sent to Guangzhou. The workshops she set up were Jiaodong Commandery's centuries of research on battle dolls, and they were finally able to merge perfectly with the Yu Emperor's puppets. That is her army that transcends life and death. She calls it the Terracotta Army. That army is absolutely loyal to her. It will not betray her, will not think, and will only coldly carry out her orders. This Lonely One's nether floats will take her terracotta army to attack the Yang. The Yang dynasty will not be able to stop it, and will quickly follow in the footsteps of the Chu dynasty. This Lonely One promised her to stop the Yang and Qi armies here. This Lonely One's greatest plan in these years was the nether floats and official Shu's formation of 600 boys and girls. Starting before this Lonely One ascended the throne, this Lonely One had the best resources, including all of the Qin outside of Changling, including the best children of the Han, Zhao, and Wei to official Shu. This sword formation was originally prepared for the remnants of the Basin Kendo ground. This sword formation, when it matures and is stronger, when these people are older, even Realm 8 cultivators will not be able to defeat this sword formation. But this Lonely One had not expected the 9-death silkworm to revive, and had not expected the world to change so dramatically. The cultivators of the Qin dynasty are dying. Facing such an alliance army, just the Qin dynasty army and this sword formation is not enough to stop them outside Changluo. If this Lonely One wants to fulfill my promise and defeat the Yang and Qi armies here, I can only rely on you. After speaking slowly and quietly, Yuan Wu turned around and looked at Huang Jinwei, who had been listening with his head bowed. Chapter 830. Only now did Huang Jinwei, who had been summoned from Changling and had been listening silently, look up slightly. He met Yuan Wu's warm and expectant gaze and said, "What can I do?" Yuan Wu looked at him and did not answer the question. Instead, he said something that seemed unrelated to this question. This Lonely One is very diligent. This Lonely One has learned some of the methods that Shu Fu official Shu knows, and your teacher knows some of the methods that this Lonely One knows. Also, since the Qin dynasty, the one with the greatest accumulation in the Qin dynasty is not the Zheng family of Jiaodong Commandery, or the old nobility of Changling. Not the Gongsun clan, but the imperial family. The imperial family is not newly established. After so many years of accumulation, how can this Lonely One have less good things than the old families, or Jiaodong Commandery? Yet, everyone subconsciously feels that Jiaodong Commandery is stronger than the imperial family. In reality, this Lonely One has always been mediocre, so people think so. Yuan Wu's tone was still gentle when he said this, but for some reason, Huang Jinwei heard the strong and iron-blooded meaning within. This Lonely One took you to Deer Mountain because if you stand with this Lonely One, no one in the world can kill this Lonely One. Now that my cultivation has advanced, so have you. So, standing here with you, I do not have to worry at all that I will be assassinated like official Shu. This Lonely One is the first Realm 8 cultivator in the world. Right now, even if there are many Realm 7 Grandmasters in the Yang and Qi armies, those who are not Realm 8 are not in this Lonely One's eyes. So in this battle, the strongest power of the Qin dynasty is not official Shu's sword formation, but this Lonely One. This Lonely One was once worried that you would switch sides to the Basin Kendo ground. But the situation is different. If you do not help this Lonely One, today, Changluo will be defeated. The hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers and millions of citizens will be slaughtered. Huang Jinwei heard it clearly. He looked at the three armies that grew clearer, and understood the path he had to take. Holy One, your cultivation has recovered. I think that you gave the Nether Float army to the Empress to use, and she gave you the Spirit Lotus seeds to heal. Your Majesty, please speak frankly. You also know the cultivation method that Lord Shu cultivates. Even you can turn me into your puppet. This way, whether you are using your true essence or in some dangerous situation, you will have an additional layer of protection. He said these two sentences slowly. Not only that. The Yuan Wu Emperor shook his head ruefully and said, previously, the Empress set a trap and finally captured the young lady of the Shang family. She wanted to use this to force Ding Ning. However, I accepted her conditions and released the young lady of the Shang family. This condition was the immortality elixir of Ancestral Mountain. It was because of this transaction that the Empress was completely disappointed in me and refused to give me the divine healing lotus seed. Huang Jinwei knew his end, but when he heard the words, he was still shocked. Wuji Ancestral Mountain's elixir of immortality. This immortality elixir of Ancestral Mountain is something that surpasses life and death. Yet, it has a level that cultivators cannot touch. Once used, one's mind will be consumed, and one will not be oneself in the future. The Yuanwu Emperor had a bitter smile. When this lonely one took this elixir of immortality, I understood that Ding Ning wanted to use this elixir to cause the Empress and this lonely one to break off completely. What he wanted to see was the Empress and this lonely one turning against each other. Yet, this lonely one had no choice. It was as though I needed your help at this time. Without this elixir, this lonely one could not have won the battle against the Basin Kendo ground. This lonely one had been searching for a way to use this elixir. Originally, I thought that the Basin Kendo ground only controlled Jiaodong Commandery. Before they had enough troops or before Ding Ning reached Realm 8, they could not fight their way into Changling. So I thought I had time. But who would have thought that Jing Liuli could defeat the Starfire Sword, kill Li Sai, and cause the Yang and Qi armies to come here? Does the Holy One know what is the most annoying thing about you? Huang Jinwei suddenly spoke. His tone was very gentle, but the words caused Yuanwu to pause. Yuanwu could not react. He stilled. What? The Holy One knows how to find excuses. Huang Jinwei looked at him and said, some obvious things, or things that will definitely happen, everyone can see clearly. If you find excuses, it is easy to be annoying. Yuanwu's expression did not change, but his eyebrows rose slightly. Huang Zhenwei continued, the Empress hates the Emperor because there are some things that even if the Emperor does forcefully, it is only because he is a domineering ruler. If he does it and feels it is inappropriate, he needs to find excuses to cover it up. Yuanwu's lips moved slightly, but before he spoke, Huang Jinwei said, just like right now, I have been summoned here. The Holy One naturally understands my intentions. If I die, it is not for the Holy One, but for the millions of people in the city. So, since the times have changed, I was born in the Qin, and have received the kindness of my teacher. My life's mission is to protect the people of the Qin. I will naturally agree to the Holy One's conditions. Why does the Holy One need to futilely disguise himself, and use the Holy One's personal feelings to make me feel sympathy? Yuanwu closed his lips. After a moment of silence, he said, you see very clearly. Huang Jinwei thought of his teacher on the turret back then and said coolly, but when I stand high, I naturally see further. Yuanwu was silent for a moment and said, this lonely one grants you eternal life, and will have your merits recorded in the history books to be passed down through the ages. The history books are not for one moment, but for thousands of years. Countless years later, when the dynasty no longer exists, what is left in the history books is true. Everything is in the hearts of the people, and not in the words of the court historian. Huang Jinwei shook his head and said. Then he did not speak, and quietly closed his eyes. Yuanwu bowed slightly in greeting. A holy light that did not belong to Realm 7 came from his body and landed on Huang Jinwei's body. Another medicinal light that was suppressed by this holy light and did not belong to this world seeped into Huang Jinwei's body. Huang Jinwei's body trembled slightly, but he did not resist. Just like at the Deer Mountain Conference, he completely opened his heart, his energy sea, and allowed Yuanwu's vital energy to connect with his body's vital energy and merge into one. He gave himself to Yuanwu without any reservations. The three vanguard armies of Yang and Qi were closer to Changluo. The sound of hooves shook the world. But suddenly, the three vanguard armies paused at the same time. There was an enormous boom on the mountain peak by the river outside Changluo. Countless dazzling beams of light danced wildly in the air, as if countless gods were swinging their shining chains. The vital energy of all the cultivators was affected by the vibrations of the primal energies of the universe, and shook. Those rays of light did not disappear, and grew denser. In the end, The mountain peak was flowing with holy light. 2 black spots could be clearly seen amidst the flowing holy light. Kill. At the same time, the gates of Chang Luo opened, and battle cries shook the sky. Instead, a group of Qin cavalry rushed out and charged towards the vanguard of the 3 groups. Chapter 831. This cavalry troop was made up of light cavalries of Qin army, clad in dark leather armors. They had never appeared in the battlefield against the allied army of Yang and Qi. No matter it was their mounts or their riders, they were all full of vigor and spirit. However, the charging speed of this cavalry army was not that fast. Because they were not the main characters. The main characters came from the mountain peak, and the hundreds of chariots behind this cavalry. When the power on the mountain peak that did not belong to Realm 7 started to ripple, and the unique holy light produced by the energy ripples started to shine, all the cultivators in the vanguard understood what had happened. The blood on their faces started to fade, and they paled. Such powerful energy ripples meant that Yuan Wu's wounds had healed. The 2 figures in the holy light seemed to have merged into one. It was not hard for the cultivators in the vanguard to guess that the other figure was Huang Jinwei, whom the Yuan Wu emperor had summoned from Changling. They did not know that Yuan Wu had used Huang Jinwei to take the medicinal power of the Mountain of Ancestors' immortality medicine. But for them, Yuan Wu, who had recovered from his wounds, and a Realm 7 cultivator who could replenish his vital energy, and his sharp stance, was enough to show that the Yuan Wu emperor was about to act personally. Their vanguard armies were going to face this terrifying emperor, or rather, they were going to use their lives to wear down the other's power. Yet, this was not all. From the outside, the several hundred chariots behind the Qin cavalry that had just emerged from Chang Luo did not look like chariots that were filled with killing intent. There was a roof at the center of the chariot, and the edges of the roof were covered with white gauze to block the dust caused by the cavalry. Inside the white gauze, there were young boys and girls dressed in white. If such a scene had appeared on the battlefield before the assassination of Xu Fu, everyone would think that this was a special sacrifice, a special ceremony. But after the cultivators who had tried to assassinate Xu Fu that night were almost all killed, everyone knew that these young boys and girls were the power that Yuan Wu had accumulated over the years using all his resources. They were the trump card he would not reveal until the end. To the 3 vanguard armies of Yang and Qi, just the elite cavalry of the Qin dynasty and the Yuan Wu emperor alone were hard to deal with, much less the addition of such a force. However, in this situation, the situation had changed. Just like when Huang Jinwei made his final decision, did they still have a choice? When the cavalry from Chang Luo passed through the plains below the palace, the holy light on the mountain peak began to recede. The rays of light that spread across the entire mountain peak like water began to shrink. Finally, it became a ball of light that was several feet wide and gathered around the 2 figures in the middle. This ball of light flew up. Like a falling sun, it flew down from the peak of the mountain, directly passing over the charging cavalry and the chariots behind them, charging towards the vanguard of the 3 Yang and Qi roads. The holy light and the terrifying pressure were close to the ground. There was no real heat of the rising sun, but the unimaginably strong power turned everything on the ground into ashes, turning into waves of dust that spread to both sides. Battle cries that shook the sky rang out. Seeing that their emperor was the first to launch an attack, all the cavalrymen of the Qin army used their swords to knock on their breastplates. Accompanied by wild roars, a series of thunderous booms burst forth. On the other side, all of the soldiers in the vanguard gave off shrill shouts. The sky above them was filled with energy vibrations. In just an instant, countless violent sounds of breaking through the air drowned out their shouts of killing. The sword lights of flying swords, the light of countless seal weapons, the dense rain of arrows, and the heavy objects thrown out by the heavy seal weapons formed a black cloud above the Yang and Qi armies. The world suddenly darkened. This was not because of the formation of the black cloud, but because the holy light around Yuan Wu and Huang Jinwei had suddenly faded and dimmed. A sword light flew out of the ball of light. This sword light was like a monster that swallowed the light in the air. There were no words that could describe the speed and power of this sword. From the moment this sword light appeared, the cultivators in the vanguard of the Yang and Qi armies only felt numbness and the presence of impending death. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. There was a clear cutting sound in the air. The black cloud facing the sword light was easily cut open. Just like how the sword had flattened the mountain at the Deer Mountain Conference, all of the flying swords, arrows, smooth objects formed from primal energies of the universe, heavy objects thrown out by seal weapons, and even some enormous blades of pure gold that blocked this sword light were all cut open and sent flying. The sword light did not lose much power and reached the end of the sword essence. The sword light swept to the front 1/3 of the vanguard army. All of the soldiers, war horses, and even the cultivators were cut in half by this sword. No matter if they were Realm 2 or 3 low-level cultivators, Realm 5 or 6 cultivators, or even Realm 7 grandmasters, they did not immediately choose to dodge and faced this sword head-on. There was no difference in front of this sword. A Realm 7 grandmaster from the Yang was still in the posture of attacking with his sword. When some of the soldiers and low-level cultivators around him slowly separated and fell to the ground in 2 pieces, his lifebond sword was still flashing with unique light. But in the next moment, his lifebond sword gave a muffled sound, bent slightly, and flew backwards into the air. At the same time, his body, which seemed to be intact, shattered like glass, turning into pieces of glowing crystals and shattering. The 20,000 soldiers and cultivators at the front of the Yang and Qi vanguard army all fell to the ground under this sword and turned into corpses. No words could describe such a scene. Even the elite Qin dynasty cavalry behind Yuanwu suddenly stilled, and felt a chill from the oncoming bloody smell. More than 10 majestic auras shot out from the 3 vanguard armies along with dazzling lights. These were all the Realm 7 grandmasters in the remaining vanguard army. These Realm 7 grandmasters of Yang and Qi knew that even if they worked together, they might not be able to kill Yuanwu at this time. But in their view, this was their only chance. They had to try their best to wear down Yuanwu's power before the 600 boys and girls on the chariots entered the battlefield, or seriously wound Yuanwu. However, the pupils of these grandmasters shrank rapidly. They saw that Yuanwu had remained where he was. Huang Zhenwei, who was in front of Yuanwu, had already shot out towards them. What frightened them the most was that Huang Jinwei's body rippled with energy as powerful as Yuanwu's. There was even a strange feeling that they could not understand. Chapter 832. Puff, a light sound was heard. A grandmaster from the Yang territory had appeared like a ghost in front of Huang Jinwei. His purple lifebond sword pierced through Huang Jinwei's chest and came out from behind Huang Jinwei. This Yang grandmaster saw almost 20,000 soldiers killed by Yuanwu with one blow. His eyes turned red, and he was determined to die. But in this moment, he was still stunned. He had not thought it would be so easy. Huang Jinwei was the direct disciple of Mo Shoucheng who guarded Changling. He had been a Realm 7 grandmaster for a long time. His cultivation was so high, how could he be so easily pierced by a blow? Blood and vital energy charged out of Huang Jinwei's back. But just as this Yang grandmaster was stunned, the blood and vital energy suddenly stopped like they were alive, and shrank towards Huang Jinwei's body. Huang Jinwei's expression was indifferent. His right hand formed a sword, and shot out a golden sword energy. This Yang grandmaster's lifebond sword quickly pulled out to block this golden sword. But with a boom, this Yang grandmaster could not stop the power of this blow. Half of his body was turned into bloody mist. Huang Jinwei did not stop. Golden and grey mist wrapped around the bloody holes in his body. It did not look like the flesh of an ordinary cultivator. It looked like a profound world was changing, and the wounds were healing at a visible rate. His body disappeared from the Yang grandmaster he had killed with one blow, and appeared next to a grandmaster dressed in black robes. He seemed to just glance at this grandmaster. 2 golden energies in the air came together like 2 waterfalls, and pressed towards the grandmaster like 2 giant walls. The black-robed grandmaster shouted in terror. His energy surged wildly. Black winds spun around his body, but he could not charge out of the 2 giant walls. Bang 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 bang. Countless violent collisions sounded at the same time. Pieces of flesh flew out of the spreading black wind. This grandmaster had been killed by Huang Jinwei in one blow. Everyone was shocked. The rest of the evolved Jing masters who had risked their lives to attack also stopped, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Huang Jinwei had instantly killed grandmasters. It was as though Yuanwu was personally attacking. Even his method of using primal energies of the universe was not just Realm 7. As for being instantly penetrated but quickly recovering, and not even being affected when attacking, this was something that even the cultivators of the Qi dynasty who cultivated yin and ghost methods could not do. The Yuanwu emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Smoke and dust rose from the ground along with the chaotic and berserk Yuan Qi. It was like a thick fog that gradually covered his figure. On the incomparably bloody battlefield in front of him, blood gathered into a river and spread along the ground towards him. His face was confident and dignified, and his heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. This joy and satisfaction could even be compared to the joy and satisfaction he felt when he took Zheng Xiu in Changling. He had completely controlled Huang Jinwei and purposely allowed the Grandmaster's sword to strike him. The medicinal power of the immortal medicine of Ancestral Mountain was just as strong as he had expected. On the blood-soaked battlefield, Huang Jinwei made his move once again. His feet landed heavily on the ground, creating a wave of blood. He ignored the shock of these grandmasters. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of golden sword energy as he charged towards a grandmaster in front of him. This grandmaster was terrified. He did not dare to fight back and furiously retreated. 3 grandmasters worked together from the left and right. 3 sword energies smashed towards Huang Jinwei like 3 mountains. Huang Jinwei faced them head-on. With a loud boom, many soldiers behind him felt their vision darken. Their ears roared and they could not hear anything else. Huang Jinwei's advancing figure was stopped. Sword energies wrapped around his body, and there were wounds so deep that bone could be seen. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. However, one of the 3 grandmasters who had attacked with all their might let out a cry of shock. This kind of injury did not affect Huang Jinwei at all. He waved his hand, and numerous holy light formed flying swords that flew in front of this grandmaster. Because of just now's attack, this grandmaster's vital energy was still turbulent and could not gather. Pew 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 pew. This grandmaster was completely unable to put up an effective defense, and his body was cut into pieces by the sword light. Yuanwu, you dare to fight me alone? One of the grandmasters went crazy. Ignoring Huang Jinwei, he jumped into the air and charged towards Yuanwu like a meteor. How dare you? You! Yuanwu shouted coldly from within the dust. Following these 2 cold shouts, 2 obvious holes appeared in the smoke and dust, and transparent sword light burst out from them. The first sword energy came. This grandmaster pressed his hands together, and countless golden sparks bloomed in front of him. The second sword energy came. This grandmaster screamed. His body was cut in half and he fell from the sky. At this time, the cavalry of the Qin dynasty were not far behind Yuanwu. Seeing this scene, there was another wave of cheers and shouts. The 3 Yang and Qi vanguards were terrified. Even the grandmasters who had rushed out earlier could no longer control their state of mind. One of the grandmasters could not suppress the terror in his heart and turned to flee. This kind of undying body is too strange. There is no meaning in fighting to death. Another grandmaster said before quickly retreating. Apart from giving an explanation to the grandmasters who were fighting side by side, it was more like convincing himself to prevent himself from losing the will to fight in the future and never being able to make any progress in his cultivation. The remaining grandmasters were still hesitating. Huang Jinwei continued to charge forward. There was a loud bang. Huang Jinwei broke the enormous sword of a grandmaster with one hand. With the sword energy in his hand, his entire arm pierced through this grandmaster's chest. He first lifted this grandmaster up, and then his arm shook. This grandmaster's body was torn apart and scattered. This person is definitely not Huang Jinwei. The 3 Yang and Qi vanguards were unable to charge forward and started to collapse. Some of the cultivators only had such thoughts in their minds. Even though this was an enemy dynasty, they were certain that this bureau chief Huang of Changling was a cultured and refined young cultivator. Even if he was killing an enemy, He would not destroy the corpse of the enemy in such a brutal manner after they died. This thought quickly received a response. This response came from Huang Jinwei himself. The rest of the grandmasters no longer wanted to fight with him, so they all scattered and fled. Without the obstruction of these grandmasters, Huang Jinwei instantly killed his way into the ranks of the fleeing vanguard troops. 2 streaks of golden sword light shot out from his hands continuously. Each streak was several dozen meters long, and every time they were shot out, they would set off waves of blood. It was extremely bloody and cruel. Chapter 833. Yuanwu still stood silently in the dust. The cavalry and chariots of the Qin dynasty surged past him like a tide towards the vanguard of the Yang and Qi armies. The pool of blood in front of him spread dozens of feet in front of him. It was cut open by his presence and silently parted to the sides of his body. He did not give any more orders, but in reality, he had given an order to Huang Jinwei to kill these 3 vanguard armies. At this time, Huang Jinwei was his other body. Also, this body had the medicinal power of the ancestral mountain's immortality medicine. Yuanwu was sure that even if Ding Ning came, he could not kill him. In a few breaths, Huang Jinwei passed through the enemy formations of the 3 vanguard armies, all the Yang soldiers and cultivators, and came to the front of the fleeing vanguard armies. In everyone's perception, Huang Jinwei was not stingy with his vital energy. The vital energy stored in his body surged out. Warlike sword energies swept across the battlefield and created waves of blood. Huang Jinwei used his power alone to block the escape of the 3 armies. Behind him, the Qin dynasty cavalry stepped over the pools of blood and first caught up to the 3 fleeing Yang and Qi armies. With a wild roar, this cavalry army fired arrows that fell like rain. Immediately, the last of the 3 Yang and Qi armies suffered heavy losses. Kill. The 3 vanguard armies completely understood Yuanwu's intentions. Yuanwu wanted to kill them all to show his might. Amidst the deafening battle cries, one of the 3 vanguard troops charged towards the Huang Jinwei, while the rest of the troops scattered into small groups and fled from the flanks. But at this moment, the sky that had been illuminated several times brighter by Huang Jinwei's sword light became even more dazzling. This was a scene that had intimidated many grandmasters. 2 streams of flying swords that were as dense as rivers of stars appeared in the mortal world, flying out from the charging chariots behind the cavalry army. These flying swords were much faster than arrows and ordinary seal weapons. Also, the aurora flashes had their own strict rules. Hundreds of sword lights, accompanied by the howls of death, sliced towards the flanks of these 3 vanguard armies. More than 100 sword lights, however, accurately moved between these flowing lights, revolving around these war chariots, protecting everyone on these war chariots. The power these flying swords carried even produced whirlwinds, making the 4 wheels of these war chariots almost leave the ground, their speed not inferior to light cavalry at full speed. These 3 vanguard troops were all elite troops of Yang and Qi. They had experienced countless battles, but even the most experienced soldiers had never experienced such a battle formation. Any formation, any coordination, and any resistance was completely ineffective. It had become a one-sided massacre. A flying sword flew past like a ray of light, bringing with it a dozen clouds of blood mist. Each cloud of blood mist came from a different Yang Qi soldier, representing the loss of a fresh life. One of the Yang generals saw that it was impossible for him to survive. He sighed and killed himself with his sword. The battlefield was filled with cries. Fewer people resisted. More soldiers would rather commit suicide than be slaughtered. In the end, the blood mist spread and covered the 3 vanguard armies. In less than 15 minutes, other than the grandmasters and a few cultivators who had retreated, no one from the 3 vanguard armies that had attacked Changluo escaped, and no one was able to stand. Blood dyed the sky red. When Huang Jinwei returned to Yuanwu's side, the Qin dynasty cavalry started to retreat. When the sword lights on the war chariots started to withdraw, the plains outside Changluo seemed to be covered with a red carpet, indescribably sad. These 3 vanguard armies were at most 100 miles to the center of the Yang and Qi army. When Yuanwu attacked, when the battle started, there were fire beacons, pigeons, war eagles, and other means to send messages. Cultivators also quickly went up to watch. When the results of this battle quickly spread to the Yang and Qi army, at the beginning, the generals of the Yang and Qi army who came into contact with the military intelligence even suspected that what they saw was not real. Yet when the military intelligence reports flowed in, all the generals of the Yang and Qi army felt as though the sky had darkened. At the rear of the Qi army, among the Qi armies furthest from Changluo, numerous generals surrounded Emperor Qi, all of them silent. Their opinions could not be unified. Half of the generals wanted to retreat quickly to prevent a huge defeat, while the other half wanted to launch an all-out assault at all costs. They wanted to charge at Changluo with a terrifying force. No matter the casualties, they wanted to take down Changluo. Yet, none of the generals felt that they could make such a decision, even if the power to make such a decision was in their hands. Because this did not just mean the lives of millions, but also the survival and destruction of a dynasty. Only the emperor of a dynasty had the right to make such a decision. These generals of the highest level of the Qi army were waiting for the Qi emperor's orders. Yet, in this long period of time, the Qi emperor felt his mind was roaring. The world was spinning, light and darkness were reversing, and thousands of voices were arguing in his mind. He raised his head. The moment he faced the sunlight, he thought, if it was the emperor who gave up the throne to him, what kind of decision would he have made? Time passed minute by minute. Yet, the Yang army did not make a decision, and no high-level general came to urge them. Wait a little longer. The Qi emperor finally focused. Thinking of the Yang army's reaction, he knew what the Yang people were waiting for. No matter what methods Yuanwu uses, no matter how serious Huang Zhenwei's injuries are, and how quickly he recovers, his and Huang Zhenwei's vital energy will not be endless. The vital energy they use will take a long time to replenish. The three vanguard armies cannot decide the outcome of the war against the Qin. The true outcome is not here, but whether or not they can destroy Zhang Xiu's power. If Zhang Xiu's power is completely destroyed, Yuanwu alone cannot win against the Qi and Yang armies. Even if only half of our people remain, Changluo will die, and Changling will die. His hoarse voice reached the ears of the generals. No one objected. But if it really reached that step, the Yang army would rush back to help. If the Qin army attacked from the front and back, could the Yang survive? If the Yang did not exist, even if the Qi army could preserve their main force during their retreat, and take the resources they had plundered from the Qin, with Zhang Xiu here, and Yuanwu's power so advanced, what could the Qi dynasty rely on in the future? In this moment, everyone thought of Ding Ning. But they had disregarded the will of the first sword of the world on the Basin Kendo ground and started this war against the Qin. After they were defeated, could they still hope to receive the others' help? These generals felt even more bitter. Chapter 834. A group of carriages drove out of Changluo to welcome the returning Yuanwu emperor. On the city gates of Changluo, there was a mountainous figure. He was Marquis Shu of Mount Heng. Originally, he was enormous. Now that he was dressed in battle armor, he was like a giant made of metal, exceptionally intimidating. At this time, the main force of the Qin troops guarding Changluo were his subordinates. The light cavalry that had charged out of the city were also his subordinates. But at this time, the Yang and Qi vanguards were covered in corpses. His subordinates had suffered very few casualties. Despite the cheers in the city, he did not have any joy on his face. He did not feel any joy inside. Of course, the military power in the city was not enough compared to the Yang and Qi armies. But as the highest commander guarding Changluo, he knew there was a chance to send away some of the women and children. But the warden's office had not given such an order. This meant that the Yuanwu emperor was confident he could defend Changluo. However, he didn't expect it to be such a victory. Amidst the uplifting cheers that filled the entire city, and even the sound of many people crying tears of joy that poured into his ears like a tide, he remained silent. He looked at Huang Jinwei, who had disappeared into the carriages behind Yuanwu. If that person could still be called Huang Jinwei. He could not avoid thinking about it, nor could he not think about it. If the vast majority of women, children, and disabled people in the city had all retreated, Then would Huang Zhenwei still make such a choice? Would he still choose to give up his life for such a thing? Previously, Marquis Shu of Mount Heng had always respected Huang Jinwei. Now, he admired Huang Jinwei even more. But he knew that Yuanwu had purposely left those women, children, and disabled in the city. Marquis, a trusted general behind him, did not know that he was silent because of Huang Jinwei's death, because Yuanwu's light had dimmed in his heart, but thought that he was worried about the main force of the Yang and Qi armies. He also had such worries. Even if the surprise attack on the Yang lands succeeds, if the Yang armies attack with the intent to die together, our military power will not be enough, and Changluo will still fall. That won't happen. Mount Heng Marquis Shu took a deep breath. He raised his head stiffly and looked into the distance. Just like how the Yang and Qi cannot trust the Basin Kendo ground, the Yang cannot trust the Qi. Their backyard is on fire, but the Qi's backyard is fine. They will think, if they do not care about the price, even if they have to sacrifice the lives of millions here, then the attack on Changluo, or even Changling, will be a gift to the Qi. The Qi people occupied more than half of the Qin territory, so it was easy for them to wipe out the Yang whose backyard was already on fire. If they did not have their own thoughts, Yang and Qi would not have ignored the Basin Kendo ground of Jiaodong Commandery and suddenly sent troops to attack the Qin. The general behind him let out a sigh of relief, shook his head, and didn't say anything else. Military intelligence kept coming in and the main army of Yang Qi stopped. Before nightfall, a wave of wails came from the direction of the main army of Yang Qi. Even in Changluo, they could be heard. Many beacons used to pass on military intelligence lit up in the darkness. The flickering light told Changluo that the main army of Yang Qi was in chaos, especially many of the Yang armies who were preparing to retreat. Mount Heng Marquis Shu looked at the beacons in the darkness. He knew that Zheng Xiu was stronger than he had imagined. The dust settled on this battle. In the 13th year of Yuanwu, before the snow fell on the winter solstice, the Yang and Qi alliance started to retreat. Yang and Qi each had 1 million soldiers. Adding on the vassal states and the alliance army of the powerful families, there were more than 3 million people. The war against the Qin ended in less than 2 months. This had never happened before in the annals of history. Just like when they first entered the Qin territories, the Yang and Qi alliance retreated in a hurry. The Qi army retreated in a hurry because they had to keep up with the speed of the Yang army. Otherwise, if the Qin army chased them along the way, they would not be able to hold on alone, and would lose many soldiers. The Yang army retreated in a hurry because the Nether Float fleet had defeated the Blood Swallow army and the Dai army, entered the Yang territories, and attacked 3 major cities of the Yang dynasty, and even reached the capital of the Yang dynasty. The Yang emperor was forced to follow the army out of the capital and retreat towards the Dai border. Looking at the process of this battle, everyone found that even though the bravery of the Qin dynasty army had won some time, the key to victory was the enormous sword formation in Xu Fu's hands, the terracotta army that came out of Zheng Xiu's pass, the recovery of the Yuanwu emperor's wounds, and the method to control Huang Jinwei. No matter if it was Xu Fu's sword formation of boys and girls, Zheng Xiu's terracotta army, or Huang Jinwei's undying body, these were all unbelievable. In the subconscious mind of the Yang and Qi people, these were things that did not make sense. But the Chu people also thought the same. The Chu dynasty had split apart because of the sudden attack of the Nether Float fleet. In the Yu dynasty that had once united the world and was extremely powerful, the invincible Yu emperor had risen as a new soldier who could not even be counted as a cultivator. His sudden appearance was due to the fact that he was lucky enough to slay a black nether serpent that was extremely weak due to its molting and obtained a unique nether crystal from it. And the first swordsman of the Basin Kendo ground, Wang Jingmeng, who had led the Qin dynasty to defeat the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties. He had coincidentally obtained many of the Yu emperor's legacies. Everything was coincidental, but the choices of many people caused many things to become inevitable, and become fate. The Yang was north of the Qin. When the Qin lands were cold, and the water turned to ice, and snow was about to fall, snow was falling everywhere in the Yang territories, and most of the land was covered in white snow. The Nether Float fleet that had broken through 3 major cities of the Yang and taken large amounts of resources disappeared in some waters. Many Qin armies that had been in the north of the Zhao had entered the Yang territories, and took over many forts. The more disadvantageous the situation was for the Yang and Qi, the more the Yang and Qi understood Ding Ning's initial attitude. But after Ding Ning took away Zhongyi from Zhongshu Commandery, no one knew of his whereabouts. Jiaodong Commandery was silent. Yuyang Commandery in the Yang territories had once been the capital of the former Ji country. Ji was just a small country. After the Yang swallowed Ji, they only absorbed large amounts of the products of Yuyang Commandery, and did not spend much effort to build a city in Yuyang Commandery. So the present Yuyang Commandery was not as good as when it had been under Ji, and only had some farmhouses and villages. When the snow fell, the mountains of Yuyang Commandery were covered in snow, and the large rivers were frozen, and appeared even more desolate. But no one knew that Ding Ning was alone on the White River of Yuyang Commandery, in a small boat on the Cloud Lake. He sat in the cabin, holding a fishing rod. He was fishing alone in the cold lake reflected by the thousands of mountains. At the same time, he was waiting for an old friend and enemy to come. The lake water was very cold, and the fish were deep at the bottom of the lake, and motionless. However, the long wait finally paid off. When his fishing rod finally trembled, and a sluggish big fish happened to swallow the hook, he waved his rod to lead the line, and an abnormally fat white-scaled big fish came out of the water, colliding with the falling snowflakes in the air and landing on the bow of his boat. There was a soft sound, but it seemed to attract a response from the thousands of mountains. Ding Ning looked up slightly. He sensed that unusual presence, and knew that the person he had been waiting for had arrived. Chapter 835. The snowflakes were light and soft, but when they piled up, they gave off a completely different feeling. The sound of branches snapping could be heard endlessly in the forest. It wasn't just the dead branches. The more branches the tree trunk usually had, the more weight it had to bear. Often, when the wind blew, it couldn't bear the weight and suddenly snapped, revealing extremely fresh fractures. Yi Xinhe wore an old yellow bamboo hat and straw sandals as she walked on the snowy path in the mountains. The snow on the mountain path was already thick enough to reach her ankles. Even the hunters in the mountains had already closed their doors and did not come out. The mountains were cold and silent, everything silent. In the valley, there was a small courtyard with a fence made of dry wood. Even in the snow, it appeared to be on the verge of collapse. However, there was smoke coming from the bark chimney on the eaves. There was fire inside, but it gave people a feeling of warmth. Yi Xinhe was like a traveler who had come from afar to visit a friend, but unexpectedly encountered heavy snow. She unhurriedly arrived in front of this small courtyard, pushed open the crude door, and walked into the small courtyard. The wooden house that appeared fragile in the wind and snow was extremely simple. Other than a beast skin hammock, there was only a stone stove and a stone pot. The walls that were somewhat leaky were rich. They were covered in millet, dried meat, and some dried wild vegetables and all kinds of dried mushrooms used for seasoning. The fire in the stone stove was not very strong. Some of the dry wood had already become red charcoal, illuminating half the face of the owner of this wooden house. This was a middle-aged hunter. At least, he dressed like this. But compared to ordinary hunters, even in this kind of shabby room, he appeared very clean, and could even be called very pure. His clothes were also covered in dust and smoke, but these marks were all very new. Because as he breathed, there was always some strange power that pushed the old dust away from his body. His skin, under the fire, had a jade-like luster, flickering with fluorescence. Right now, he was cooking a snake soup. The white jade-like snake meat in the light rice porridge was constantly rolling. At this time, he had just added some chopped-up jade-like wild vegetables. He was holding a wooden spoon and slowly flipping it, very patiently. The aroma and sweetness of a well-cooked soup gently wafted out, just like the warm light of the fire. It could even make people temporarily forget the chill. Snake soup in winter seems a little inappropriate. Yi Xinhe raised his eyebrows slightly. He sat down across from the middle-aged hunter and warmed his pair of straw sandals. At the same time, he looked at the pot of snake soup and said slowly. Hearing his words, the middle-aged hunter smiled faintly and said, This is a yellow flower snake unique to the mountains of Yuyang County. Originally, when the yellow flower blooms in the mountains, it eats the yellow flower seedlings and is the fattest. However, if it's too fat, it becomes greasy. If one doesn't get tired of eating and truly pursues the peak of taste, it's actually the best time to eat it in the winter. The meat is lean, delicate, and extremely delicious. There is no soup more delicious than this in the entire Yang territory. The spring thunder sounds and all things awaken. When the yellow flower snake comes out of its hole, it's easy to capture. While you dislike the yellow flower snake for being too fat, it's easier to capture compared to when the snow sealed the mountains. Right now, the winter is cold, and it hides in its hole, silent and motionless. Even cultivators have a hard time finding it. To obtain this pot of soup, it will take a lot of effort. It seems a little inappropriate. Yixinhe smiled faintly and said. When the middle-aged hunter heard these words, his smile grew even wider. He shook his head and said, although I am the strongest Grandmaster Yang in the Yuyang region, I have already lived in seclusion for many years. To you people, it is a struggle for supremacy under the heavens, but to me, no matter how your dynasty changes, it is not as good as the pot of soup in front of me. Yet, you still came from afar, afraid that I will act. Even though you see me patiently cooking, your killing intent is still not extinguished. This is a little inappropriate. If you are not of my race, then you are different. Yixinhe's expression was still gentle, but he did not mince his words. I am still worried. When you came here, you walked through the snowy mountain path and observed the traces I left behind. Your confidence and aura have become even more perfect in this courtyard. You must feel that you have absolute confidence in killing me. If I wasn't used by you, you would have killed me. Unfortunately, it's still not the right time. The middle-aged hunter put down the wooden spoon and picked up a few pieces of charcoal from the stone stove. He placed them in a black stone bowl beside him. Then he looked at Yixinhe and said with a smile, because I am not using this snake soup alone, but to entertain a guest from afar. Other than this snake soup, there is also a dish of grilled fish. The fish is white water fish from the cold lake. The person who fetched the fish has been waiting for you here for many days. He is here, so you cannot kill me. Yixinhe's expression did not change, but his brows furrowed deeply. He did not speak. At this time, he sensed the arrival of a presence he was familiar with. He knew who had come. His presence trembled slightly. He was nervous, frightened, but also excited and expectant. The sound of footsteps in the snow sounded again outside the courtyard. That lake was very far from here, but Ding Ning had already arrived. When he pushed open the door and his face was illuminated by the firelight, the large fish in his hand had not died. There was only a slight frost on the surface. The fish was frozen stiff, but its tail was still swaying. Yixinhe looked silently at Ding Ning who walked in. Ding Ning did not immediately speak to him. He only handed the fish to the middle-aged hunter. Just right. The middle-aged hunter was very satisfied. His smile was like peach blossoms blooming in spring. He took out a stone knife and cut open the fish's belly. He only cleaned out the innards, did not wash the blood or remove the scales. He only stuffed some dried meat, dried mushrooms, and several seasoned wild grasses into the fish's belly. Then he roasted it over the charcoal fire. The fish sizzled. Oil seeped out of the scales. The scales turned golden, soaked in oil, and looked unusually beautiful. The snake soup is just right. After drinking a bowl, we can eat the fish. Then there is another bowl of snake soup. There will not be any better taste and satisfaction than this, the middle-aged hunter said to Ding Ning and Yixinhe with a smile. Drink a bowl? Ding Ning took the first bowl of snake soup the middle-aged hunter scooped out and asked Yixinhe. Yixinhe's expression was normal. He took the second bowl of snake soup the middle-aged hunter scooped out. He slowly finished it and ate the snake. Then he looked at Ding Ning and said, "You should know that I am from Jiaodong Commandery." Ding Ning nodded and said calmly, "I am inviting you to drink this bowl of snake soup, not just for our past friendship. I also want to ask you, while you are from Jiaodong Commandery, you must hide in the shadows. You cannot enjoy Jiaodong Commandery like Sheng Xiu and the halo of status she has. Yet for this, You betrayed many people who thought of you as true friends. Why is this? The middle-aged hunter put away his smile and said, if it was me, I would not understand. So I agreed to him inviting you to eat this bowl of snake soup. Yi Xinhe put down the bowl in his hand. He looked up slightly as though he was thinking. Chapter 836. Of all the cultivators who betrayed the Basin Kendo ground back then, Yi Xinhe was the one people could not understand the most. Even when his identity of Jiaodong Commandery was gradually revealed, people still could not understand. Because Yi Xinhe did not seem to gain any benefits. Even if he helped Zheng Xiu defeat Yuanwu, everyone would remember Zheng Xiu, and not him. So this middle-aged hunter asked curiously when Yi Xinhe was silent, is your idea to help Zheng Xiu defeat Yuanwu, and then defeat Zheng Xiu to become the final king of the world? This is too long, and there are too many variables. Yi Xinhe shook his head. I will not think of such a long thing. The middle-aged hunter started to divide the fish. He did not think of this troublesome problem. Your story should have been my story. Yi Xinhe looked at the fragrant fish that was golden on the outside and snow-white on the inside. Then he started to narrate. My obscurity and seclusion is only because you appeared before me. In the story that Jiaodong Commandery prepared, when Zheng Xiu reaches Changling, I will start to become the most glorious cultivator in Changling. I will become the sharpest cultivator of the Basin Kendo ground, and the first sword of the world in the Basin Kendo ground. In the prepared story, Yuanwu will still start the change in Changling, and want to destroy the Basin Kendo ground. We will urge him to do so, but in the end, he will fail, and be spurned by the world for his despicable actions. Then I will lead the Basin Kendo ground to destroy the imperial family of Changling, and take over Changling. At the end of this prepared story, Jiaodong Commandery will not just conquer the old nobility of Changling, the imperial family of Changling, we will also take the Basin Kendo ground for our own use. But the biggest deviation in this story is that there was a you before me. The appearance of Wang Jingmeng, whose sword, disrupted the entire story. In reality, I had the confidence to defeat every swordsman you challenged back then. I could have done everything you did back then. I could have become the most dazzling genius swordsman in Changling. But before I could do it, you had done it, unless I could defeat you. However, at that time, I was already a disciple of the Basin Kendo ground. Moreover, you actually possessed the secrets of the Yu dynasty. Furthermore, you had the Basin Kendo ground sword manual to choose from. In terms of cultivation, you surpassed me and walked ahead of me. So you stole my story just like that. The glorious Basin Kendo ground should have been me. I led the army to destroy the three dynasties of Han, Zhao, and Wei, and was forever recorded in the annals of history. Including all the legends of later generations, it should have been me, not Wang Jingmeng. Even after you died in battle in Changling, this record cannot be changed. You are too strong. If I do not help Yuanwu kill you, all the stories that Jiaodong Commandery has prepared cannot be realized. Either Yuanwu dies, and you and the Basin Kendo ground become the new masters of the Qin dynasty. The world is united, and you become the first emperor. Or Yuanwu will still act in fear, and curl up in the shadow of your Basin Kendo ground for the rest of his life. All the annals and stories will still be your story, and not Jiaodong Commandery and my story. If I want to regain my life and story, or rather, take revenge for the story that belongs to me, I can only betray the Basin Kendo ground and you. Yi Xinhe said these words with an indifferent expression. He allowed the fish in front of him to cool down. The oil turned to an ugly white on the golden fish scales. When he said this, his expression changed and he sneered. You can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. You have astounding talent, and have received the inheritance of the Yu Emperor. You are also called the first sword of the Basin Kendo ground. Do you not feel that you are not tolerated in this world, and will be punished by the heavens? Ding Ning was quietly eating fish. This kind of cold lake fish, after being roasted by Grandmaster Yang, was a delicacy. After today, he did not know when they would meet again. He slowly finished eating his fish, and then put down his chopsticks. He said, I thought that the heavens would be jealous, but I had not thought that this betrayal would come from my most trusted lover or close friend. Then, he took a deep breath, looked straight at Yi Xinhe, and asked, "What kind of story can compare to those close friends who have gone through life and death with you, who have been with you through all the joys and sorrows? Is the story really important? You should understand how the people of Jiaodong Commandery came out. Today, your close friend may become the person who kills you tomorrow, or be killed by you as an enemy. In reality, I admire Yuanwu. The person who stands at the top must first be emotionless." Yi Xinhe looked at Ding Ning and said coldly, "Also, the thing I wanted to do the most was to try and see if I could kill you. Especially after Wang Jingming's era ended, your vital energy cultivation is no longer in front of mine. You are bitterly waiting for a chance for my whereabouts to appear, but for me, this is also a chance because you have not broken through Realm 8. You are the same as her. The greatest problem of the cultivators of Jiaodong Commandery is that you are too greedy. So even a cultivator like him who has not appeared in the world wants to be eliminated." Ding Ning shook his head, slowly stood, and walked towards the snow outside the yard. His voice passed into the room along with the wind and the falling snow. "People who are too greedy will have flaws. You worry too much. Even if you suppress many emotions deep in your heart, there will always be shackles. Your state of mind is not clear enough. How can your sword essence be perfect? I also cultivate the emotionless path. All things in the world are like dogs in my eyes. Killing everything is cleaner than your state of mind." Yi Xinhe laughed. He stood and followed Ding Ning to the snow outside the yard. When he walked out of the yard, the snow behind him flew into the air and formed a net. Countless thin snowflakes passed through like swords, gradually forming thin wings and blocking the primal energies of the universe outside. This was a battle of life and death, a matter of revenge. It was not a fair invitation. Naturally, there was no order to attack. Yi Xinhe walked out of the yard before attacking, not because of the porridge, but because he did not want to distract himself from facing the presence of Grandmaster Yang. While he knew that Grandmaster Yang would only watch from the side, but in that yard, just sensing the presence of that Grandmaster Yang would distract him. A piece of wood appeared in front of him. This was the Basin Kendo ground Peach God Sword. The Peach God Sword was a sword embryo made from spirit wood that had been tempered by thunder and fire. After being nourished by the energies of generations of Basin Kendo ground swordsmen, it was not an ordinary item of the world. Because it was the sword of the previous Basin Kendo ground sect master, Yi Xinhe had the right to hold this sword back then. From a certain point of view, if Ding Ning retired, or if Ding Ning did not care about the matters of the sect, then he would be the future sect master of the Basin Kendo ground. Yi Xinhe said emotionless, and his sword essence was completely emotionless. When this life-bond sword appeared in front of him, the energies in the little world he controlled did not gather towards the sword. The sword energy on the sword coldly rejected all powers from entering and merging. The world of thunder and fire inside this emotionless sword changed mysteriously, causing all the energies in the space it passed through to be cut apart and pushed away. Following Yi Xinhe's cold gaze, this sword created a path of vacuum and fell towards Ding Ning's throat. Chapter 837. The middle-aged hunter in the yard had walked into the yard. Seeing Yi Xinhe's sword, this Yang Grandmaster was deeply moved. He had not originally agreed with Yi Xinhe's story of Wang Jingmeng replacing him. But the appearance of this sword caused him to completely change his opinion. This sword was too powerful. And very special. It felt like it had deviated from the path and formed its own sect. A person like this was likely to surpass the definition of a cultivator, and even create a cultivation system completely different from the present cultivators. Naturally, he was not someone the Changling swordsmen of the past could compare to. So even at the Deer Mountain Conference, Yi Xinhe had concealed his true strength. His true strength had always been above the imaginations of all cultivators in the world. Ding Ning looked calmly at Yi Xinhe's emotionless and destructive sword. This sword light repelled all presences in the world and cut off all energy rules. Naturally, it could also destroy any energy he summoned. But he stood where he was and did not move at all. A small sword flew up from his waist. This was the last flower remnant sword. Countless tiny flowers flew out of the sword and then were cut apart by this emotionless sword light. But the last flower remnant sword's body was extending. Countless sword threads flew out. Each thread, thinner than a hair, stabbed into a snowflake above and connected with the snowflake. The last flower remnant sword guided the entire snow formation to meet this emotionless sword light. Bam! There was an unimaginable muffled sound in the world. The mountains responded. Snow fell from the peaks and the tree branches. The pressure on the plants and trees lightened and they suddenly straightened from their bent postures. All the plants in this mountain range suddenly relaxed because of this tremor, and they seemed as if they were alive, and they were brimming with a cheerful and lively aura. The thin peach god sword was suspended in the air with the faintly discernible thunder fire. A hint of shock appeared in Yi Xinha's eyes. His emotionless sword could cut through all things in the world, but Ding Ning was using his own power. He could not cut himself. In this moment, he could not explain his feelings. He looked at Ding Ning's calm face and felt that Ding Ning was laughing at him. Unless one could even kill oneself mercilessly, that would be the true ruthlessness of the world. He had prepared for many years to use this sword to deal with Wang Jingmeng, but it was easily broken. However, he had no time to think, because Ding Ning's counterattack had already begun. The world seemed to have suddenly become bright and beautiful. An indescribable cheerful aura filled the entire world. The strength of all the plants that bent and straightened their backs, as well as the cheerful and relaxed aura that came from the 10,000 mountains, became the sword intent of Ding Ning's sword. Countless gusts of wind that flowed due to the bouncing of these plants, wrapped in the primal energies of the universe, were all summoned by Ding Ning and gathered into the sword in his hand. A streak of unparalleled sword light was generated in Ding Ning's hand. This was the first time Ding Ning used the Great Punishment Sword with all his power after reaching Realm 7. Vast energy gathered from the 10,000 mountains and immediately crushed Yi Xinha's snow formation. At the same time, Ding Ning's surging vital energy, unlike that of ordinary cultivators, furiously surged out and into the Great Punishment Sword in his hand. The entire mountain was shaking, including the distant lake. It seemed that this mountain and lake would be swept away and sent flying by Ding Ning's sword. Yi Xinha's body gave off the sound of bones cracking. A clear feeling of disbelief welled up in his heart. In his perception, his flesh and bones seemed to be like charcoal that had been burnt out, and were turning into ashes that scattered into the wind. He was certain that Ding Ning was stronger than Wang Jingmeng in the past. When he had the chance to cultivate again, Ding Ning had corrected all the flaws in his previous cultivation. Even his vital energy method and sword were close to being the strongest in the world. But his confidence and fighting spirit had not completely disappeared. The thin piece of the peach god sword in front of him started to burn. This legendary sword carried the vital energy that he had cultivated for many years, turning into wisps of green smoke. Each wisp of green smoke was a merciless sword energy that cut through the air, temporarily blocking the terrifying Yuan Qi that was like two enormous mountains pressing down on him. At the same time, he affected a thread of energy deep in his energy sea. This energy was connected to the silent stars, to the mistress of Changling. Jing Liuli had killed Li Sai and caused Jing Liuli's whereabouts to be concealed. Zheng Xiu did not dare to use the Starfire sword again. But Yi Xinha knew that Zheng Xiu's Starfire sword would come this time. Zheng Xiu knew that if Yi Xinha saw Jing Liuli would not even have the chance to use such a move. Ding Ning looked up. A pale starlight had already appeared in the bright and beautiful sky. Yi Xinha's energy sea was empty at this time. With a shrill shout, all of his vital energy broke out of his energy sea and gathered on the burning peach god sword, turning into a golden bolt of lightning and fire. He did not consider his future cultivation, or the existence of that Grandmaster Yang. He only wanted to kill the enemy in front of him. Ding Ning moved. He took a step forward. As he took this step forward, the power gathered from the 10,000 mountains perfectly merged with his sword momentum. This sword move also contained the cold of the mountains, and the cold power that he had comprehended through dual cultivation with Zhongsun Qianxue in these years. However, what was even more shocking was that the Starfire sword that fell from the sky began to disintegrate. More accurately, the closer it got to Ding Ning, the more pale flowing fire left the sword and gathered in Ding Ning's sword light. The sword light of Ding Ning's sword carried extreme coldness, a storm, and the power from the starry sky. It was like the tail of a comet. The beam of sword light swept across the area. Whether it was Yi Xinha's lightning and fire, or the starfire sword falling from the sky, they were all destroyed by this sword. Countless pieces of ice and snow, along with inextinguishable dots of pale white starfire, surged onto Yi Xinha's body. In this moment, Yi Xinha's body became translucent, and countless dots of silver light surged out of his body. The clothes and flesh on Yi Xinha's body turned into fine dust, scattering into the surroundings like countless fireflies. He was already speechless. He looked at Ding Ning, his mind filled with disbelief, and felt that all of this was too absurd. Even if he was going to be killed in the end, he could not imagine that he would be killed by Ding Ning like a dog without any ability to resist. I purposely gave the heaven-replenishing divine art to her. Ding Ning came in front of him and looked at him quietly. He said softly, "You are one thing wrong. You think you are very close to me, but in reality, you are very far from me. Even if you reach Changling before me, even if you soar into the sky before me, when I reach Changling, you are still just one of the swordsmen I defeated. You are you, and you can never replace my story." Yi Xinhe heard the words clearly. He could not understand what he was feeling. He could not think anymore. Because at this time, when the flowing presence in front of Ding Ning blew on his body, he completely dissipated. His figure completely disappeared, turning into ashes that were still flickering with fluorescent light. Together with the dancing snowflakes, they flew between heaven and earth. Ding Ning took a deep breath and looked in a direction in the distance. In this unprecedented war against the Qin, he had waited for a long time, and finally had a chance to kill Yi Xinhe. But for him, this was just the beginning. Zheng Xiu was also in the Yang, and not far from him. By killing Yi Xinhe, and using Yi Xinhe to attract the starfire sword, he had sensed Zheng Xiu's specific location. Chapter 838. One had to know that a person's true love and hate had to wait until they were about to die. In order to reveal a person's last trump card, it had to be when they were about to be killed. Ding Ning did not believe that the Yang and Qi armies could win because of this. Based on his understanding of Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu, he knew that Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu had hidden power that outsiders did not know of. But how much could only be revealed at the last moment. His original intentions had not changed. He still wanted to resolve his grievances in the world of cultivators as much as possible. Also, he did not want any accidents to occur. In this world, he was not completely invincible. But he was certain that if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. He could take a risk. Especially after the change in Changling, he knew that he had to be proactive in everything. He had been searching for a chance to kill Yi Xinhe. When Yi Xinhe and Zheng Xiu appeared in the Yang lands at the same time, his chance to kill Zheng Xiu had finally arrived. This chance was fleeting. So before he could say goodbye to this Yang Grandmaster who had retired into the forest, his figure had disappeared from the snowy peaks. The snow under his feet disappeared with his figure. 2 deep footprints were left on the black rocks under the snow. The edges of the footprints were as sharp as blades, causing the footprints to look determined. The middle-aged hunter took a deep breath. Looking at the bright marks left behind by the sword energy between the snowy peaks, and sensing Ding Ning's intention to leave, he could not help but shake his head emotionally. Yi Xinhe was no longer a person of the pond. Ding Ning was even higher and unfathomable. Since he was not strong enough, why force himself? He could live leisurely and blend into the world. He could cook snake soup and fish in his spare time. He had a beautiful life. Why make himself unhappy? All the troubles in one's heart were born from within. The moment Ding Ning killed Yi Xinhe, when the starfire sword had fallen, Ding Ning had forcibly pulled out many of the starfire for his use. When Ding Ning sensed where Zheng Xiu was, Zheng Xiu also sensed that Ding Ning had captured her. An unimaginably terrifying presence of an expert came from the distant snowy peaks and charged into her perception. She felt this terrifying and powerful presence was very familiar, but also very unfamiliar. The unfamiliarity came from the fact that this aura was much stronger than the one in her memories. There were countless indescribable flavors to it. The unfamiliarity also came from the fact that this aura was no longer close to her when it entered her sea of consciousness. It had become cold and detached. It was like passers-by passing each other under an umbrella in the snow, but not looking at each other. She knew what had happened. She knew about Yi Xinha's death, and also knew that the heaven-replenishing divine art that the other party had given her had been tampered with in a way that even she had not noticed. She also knew that the other party had used her sword to lock onto her qi. However, at this moment, she did not feel afraid. Instead, she felt a bit absent-minded. Many images suddenly appeared in her mind. Those scenes were hidden deep in her memories when she first came to Changling and met this person. Her brow furrowed. Her mind seemed to want to travel through time and space and return to these scenes. But this daze only lasted for a breath. Her expression became absolutely cold, and her beautiful features flashed with a porcelain-like light. She was in a river valley sheltered from the wind and snow. Those frightening nether floats were like fishing boats that were half sunk and half floating. Half of their bodies were exposed in the reeds of the river valley. They were covered in thick snow and blended into the river valley. Even if one walked past the nearby mountains, they might not be able to discover their existence. After continuous battles, these nether floats needed time to accumulate primal energies of the universe through formations. Theoretically, if she retreated with these nether floats, she had a higher chance of escaping Ding Ning's pursuit. But if she just wanted to live, what meaning was there in her life? If she wanted to live, she could have done it many years ago. She had always gambled her entire life. At this time, she had to gamble that after escaping this pursuit, she still had the power to fight against the Basin Kendo ground. She had attacked the Yang dynasty not because the Yang dynasty was easier to deal with than the Qi, but because the Yang dynasty's many important mines were important to her. At this time, these nether floats were filled with all kinds of things that were important to her future. Go. She gave the order decisively. The entire nether floats did not understand what had happened. They did not understand why she had attacked just now. They did not understand why she wanted the entire nether floats to return to the Qin realm and Guanzhong in the fastest and most secretive way possible. When the nether floats disappeared into the icy water, Zheng Xiu had concealed her presence and left the river valley. She did not use any vital energy, and just walked slowly like an ordinary person. The cold snowflakes fell on her body and gradually covered her in a layer of snow. Concealing her presence meant that she had come into contact with true cold. Her flower-like lips started to turn purple from the cold, and her feet started to turn numb. But this was very familiar to her. Many years ago in Jiaodong Commandery, including when the Qin dynasty fought against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, she had often taken on the role of an assassin. Moving stealthily, avoiding the senses of powerful cultivators, and avoiding the pursuit of powerful cultivators was what she was best at. So even though Ding Ning could quickly reach that river valley, she still had the confidence to escape Ding Ning's pursuit. But was everything really as she thought? The aftershocks of the Nether Float Fleet's disappearance had not completely disappeared. While some bubbles and sand from the bottom of the river valley were still churning on the water surface, many fallen reeds were torn into countless pieces by a tremendous force descending from the sky. These fragments flew outwards like countless thin and long toothpicks, forming a circular wall. At the center of this circle, the water surface suddenly calmed, and was pressed down like tangible glass by a power. Ding Ning's figure appeared on the water surface. He came from the distant snowy peaks at an unimaginable speed, and landed here like a meteor. If this was any other Grandmaster in the world, they would have used up all of their vital energy and could not support it. But after Ding Ning reached Realm 7 in Jiaodong Commandery, the amount of vital energy in his body could not be estimated with common sense. He could still use his vital energy as he wished. He quickly confirmed the direction of the nether floats, and sensed the lingering presence she had left behind when she concealed her presence. He was sure that she had purposefully left this presence for him to sense. She had purposefully let him know that she and the nether floats had separated. This way, even if he had plans to leave behind the nether floats, he could only choose between her and the nether floats. To pursue a target that would quickly disappear, and he might not be able to catch, or to choose the nether floats that he had a high chance of catching. Ding Ning did not hesitate at all. His figure disappeared from the water surface, and he chased in the direction her presence had disappeared. His target had always been Yi Xinhe and Zhang Xiu. As to the nether floats, he only needed to confirm the direction they had fled to. Chapter 839. Not long after his figure disappeared from the surface of the water finally calmed down, but there was a motionless mark on the surface of the water. It was very simple to carve a mark on the ground or stone, but carving a mark on the flowing water was like a miracle. No cultivator had ever been able to do this in the history books. Other people could not do it, only Ding Ning could do it. This was his unique mark. A strange shadow suddenly appeared in the wind and snow above. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a beast, when they flew through the air, they would create a hole in the calm wind and snow, and create chaotic flows of snow. This shadow was very fast as a meteor. Yet as it flew through the air, it strangely merged with the wind and snow. There was no sound, and no powerful energy vibrations. The only change it brought to this part of the world was an even more intense chill. The floating snow on the surface of the water quickly froze. The hard and glowing ice spread towards the bottom of the water, silently freezing everything. Only the sword mark remained clearly on the surface. The moment this strange shadow was about to touch the water, it made a gentle turn, and floated to a stop on the ice. This was a very peculiar demonic beast. The reason it was described as a dragon, and not just a head, was because it looked like a large worm, and also a dragon. To put it more accurately, it was like a giant worm that was 6 meters long. It had horns on its head and its body was covered in dark dragon scales. It was not a serpent. No matter if it was the dragon scales made from black ice, or the presence it exhaled, it gave off a pure dragon presence enough to terrify serpents. This unique dragon presence had appeared in countless records of history. The last time the cultivators of the world had a chance to come in contact with it and experience it personally was in Changling, the nether dragon that Bailey Sushua had used to charge into the Changling Imperial Palace. This dragon's size and appearance could not compare to the mountainous nether dragon, but its dragon presence and energy vibrations were stronger than the nether dragon. If not, how could it travel through the air without being startled by the wind and snow, like an emperor that could control the wind and snow at will? Yet there were 2 people on its back. It had an instinctive reverence for the 2 people on its back. The 2 people on its back, one was Zhongsun Qianxue, the other was Qian Mu. And it was naturally the Minute Mountain Worm that had transformed. It had obtained the bloodline of the Nether Dragon and the energy of the 9 Hell King Sword to become complete. Zhongsun Qianxue looked at the sword mark on the ice, her expression growing serious. She asked Qian Mu, "You can sense it?" "Very simple." Qian Mu answered very simply. Ding Ning had already gone to chase after Zheng Xiu. Zhongsun Qianxue and him were naturally not talking about Zheng Xiu, but the nether floats. The nether floats were even more powerful because of the formations added by the cultivators and craftsmen of the Qi dynasty. However, at this moment, it was a failure. In Qian Mu's perception, these leaving nether floats were like giant pythons shedding their skin. Even if they were far away, their bodies were still connected to the skin. To him, it was very simple. Ding Ning landed in the snow. Where he landed was where the presence that Zheng Xiu had purposely left for him had disappeared. In his perception, he had followed this line all the way here. Then this line was cut off. There were no footprints after the line. In Changling more than a decade ago, Zheng Xiu had been the person who understood him the best. So when Zheng Xiu betrayed him and worked with the Basin Kendo Ground and Yuanwu, he had been completely unprepared and lost. But he also understood Zheng Xiu. Even after so many years, he likely was the person who understood Zheng Xiu the best in the world. Also in Changling more than a decade ago, when they first met, and started to understand each other and fight together, they had played this game many times. She fled, he chased. Or she purposely hid and waited for him to find her. When it rained, she might have hidden in a boat, picked fresh plums, and waited for him with a pot of tea. When the snow was falling, she might have ordered a pot of lamb meat and warmed a pot of wine in his favorite deep alley shop. But that was the past. When his feet landed on the ground, the sweetness of the past had turned into invisible murderousness. If there was reluctance, he would hesitate, his heart would soften, and his sword essence would be uncertain. She had hidden her presence in the snow and endured the cold. Then he had to come down and walk. He had to use traces that his perception and energy could not find to find her. These were all her pride and calculations. Maybe in her view, she had purposely left some traces of the little games she and Wang Jingmeng had played in the past so that Wang Jingmeng could find them. If there was a day when she truly hid, the other would have a hard time finding traces of her existence. This was a snow cliff. The place where the clues disappeared was the end of the snow cliff. This snow cliff was like a broken bridge. Ding Ning stood at the edge of this snow cliff and looked down at the snowy plains covered in ice. The cold mountain wind blew on his body like sharp blades. He saw a pair of footprints. These footprints were shallow, but he was familiar with them. These were naturally Zheng Xiu's footprints. The position of this pair of footprints was even further ahead than his. It gave people the feeling that the owner of this pair of footprints had walked here and then leaped forward, jumping off the snow cliff. Of course she had not committed suicide. There was nothing under the cliff, no footprints. She had purposely left these footprints to tell him that she had been here. She had purposely chosen this broken bridge because one year, when the snow had fallen, he and she had watched the snow from a cliff like this. She wanted him to be immersed in his memories. She wanted him to know that she still remembered these things. At the same time, these very new footprints told him that she was in the nearby mountains, but he still could not see her. Ding Ning looked calmly at this pair of footprints and then swiped with his finger. The footprints were swept away by a sharp sword chi and disappeared without a trace. The sword essence was clear and firm. This was to cut the past. As the sword chi was displayed, the memories related to it were also removed from his sea of consciousness like dust. He would not think of it again. He would not think of it again. Since he had come to kill her. Since she had purposely left behind many traces related to the past. He would cut them off one by one. Sword essence came from the mind. Those close friends who had gone through life and death with him, the past experiences with them grew clearer in his mind. Yet Zheng Xiu's figure grew further and fainter. He was not weakening, but growing stronger. As he continued to examine all the fine traces around the snow cliff, many wisps of smoke started to burn among the surrounding snow peaks. He was not surprised. Because this was his plan. Some of the Wuji royal wolves would come. This was not the game of Changling back then. He had waited for this chance for a long time. Before the snow fell in the Yang territory, he had transported many of the Wuji wolves into the Yang territory. These wild beasts that grew up in the snow plains and instinctively tracked prey were more useful than powerful cultivators at a time like this. Chapter 840. The Netherfloat fleet sailed in the deep water. Sounds that cultivators could not hear came from the formations of the Netherfloat fleet and returned to the formations of the Netherfloat fleet. In each large ship, there were 10 formation masters taking turns to control the formation discs. Some of the discs wrapped in black energy spun and accurately controlled the enormous ships to avoid the giant rocks that could pose a threat in the water. All of these formation masters, including the cultivators and soldiers in these enormous ships, had followed Shu Fu out to sea for many years and were used to moving stealthily. Everything was very calm. But in the next breath, the nether float at the front suddenly stopped in the water. This stop was not because the formation master controlling it told it to stop, but because it suddenly collided with an enormous object. The nether float that was moving at full speed gave off an ear-piercing sound in the water. A terrifying force of impact passed from the bow to the stern. Among the 10 array masters, regardless of whether it was the 2 array masters who were controlling the array discs or the other 8 array masters who were just resting silently, all of them were thrown askew by the violent shaking of the giant ship. The formation discs shook violently, and energy sprayed out as they collided. Those discs wrapped in black energy started to collide with each other, creating sparks. In the next moment, A powerful force of impact came from the stern of the ship. There was a certain distance between these nether floats, but because they had been moving at full speed without any signs of slowing down, when the first nether float ship suddenly stopped, the nether floats behind it had no time to slow down and started to collide. These enormous objects collided in the water, giving off terrifying sounds that could split one's head. However, around these nether float fleets, there weren't many waves. Instead, there were many sparkling lines. In the next moment, every nether floater let out a mournful roar. The formations of the nether floats were activated to their limits. The primal energies of the universe accumulated in the seal scripts furiously surged out, causing these nether floats to furiously move upwards. Crack, crack, crack. When these nether floats charged out of the river, there were still teeth-numbing cracking sounds behind them. These nether floats did not smoothly float like they usually did when they charged out of the water. Instead, they were stuck in the water, with the tails of some ships still below the surface. All of the formation masters on these nether floats were exhausted, their clothes soaked in sweat. Their eyes were filled with the joy of coming back from the dead. Because this part of the river was sealed in ice, all of these nether floats were embedded in the ice, and not floating on the water. Just now, if these nether floats were not strong enough, the entire fleet would have been frozen in the water. He didn't have the time to discover the abnormality and directly install the ice because the river water froze too quickly. Among all the cultivators in the world, only the legendary first miss of the Gongsun clan could cultivate such a terrifying icy power. However, he had heard that her natal sword had been destroyed, so why was her strength even greater than before? When the heavy sounds of metal hitting the ice sounded, and the doors of the nether floats opened, all the cultivators who appeared had this thought. The river was sealed in ice for dozens of miles. The wind and snow seemed to have been sucked away. The river was unusually calm. Not far from them stood Zhongsun Qianxue and Qian Mu. There was a beast behind Zhongsun Qianxue. This beast looked more like a worm, but gave off the purest dragon presence. The ice under their feet also gave off the purest dragon presence. All the cultivators on the nether floats thought of Bailey Sushue's nether dragon, and then unconsciously thought of the legendary nether dragon of the Yu dynasty. Kill her. A cold military order came from the depths of one of the nether floats. The cultivators on these nether floats were all loyal to Jingxiu or Yuanwu. Of course, they would not disobey such an order. Many sword lights illuminated the ice surface in an instant. The dazzling sword lights refracted on the ice surface, turning this section of the frozen river surface into a colorful glazed world. There were many Realm 7 Grandmasters among the cultivators who attacked. But all of these sword lights were overshadowed by a sword light from the sky. No sword light was as eye-catching as this one. Because it was fast. This sword light that came out of the clouds was so fast that these Realm 7 cultivators could not see its color. Cries of surprise rang out on the surface of the river like a tide. In this world, only Tantai Guanjin had such speed. Gasps. The sword light circled around the ice surface like a flickering light and passing shadow, and then landed on the riverbank in the distance. Many cultivators had sounds of air leaking from their energy seas. Blood and vital energy sprayed out like steam from a boiling pot. One sword strike destroyed most of the cultivators' energy seas. Tantai Guanjin, who appeared on the shore, seemed to be lost. Even the sword presence he left on the ice and around him had a sense of loss and sorrow. It was not because this sword strike had used up almost all of his vital energy. It was because he had just learned of the great defeat of the Yang and Qi armies in Guangzhou, and that Huang Jinwei had sacrificed himself. Before he had come here from Changling, he had replaced Ding Ning to see Huang Jinwei. Thinking of that righteous and kind young bureau chief who was no longer in the world, he could not control his sorrow. Defend. The military order sounded from the nether floats again. In a panic, all of these swordsmen retreated back to the nether floats. Those cultivators who had their energy seas pierced and could not move were brought back to the nether floats by the people around them. From a certain point of view, the nether floats were enormous shields, and one of the strongest fortresses in the world. Tantai Guanjian turned and left. The mission Ding Ning had given him was to take care of some of the more difficult grandmasters on the nether floats. So he only needed to attack once, and did not need to control his vital energy. Now that this mission was completed, what he needed to do next was ensure his own safety. What the cultivators on the nether floats loyal to Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu could not understand was that Zheng Xiu and that long worm had also retreated. Shi and Tantai Guanjian had retreated in the same direction. In their sight, there was only that black-robed youth standing there. But even this black-robed youth did not seem to plan on attacking at this time. The sky suddenly lit up. This black-robed youth even retreated slightly. The black clouds started to burn. All of the cultivators on the nether floats looked in shock at the sky. The black clouds were burned through. Countless scarlet gold fireballs rained down on the nether floats like a storm. These fireballs did not have the smell of saltpeter or sulfur, only a pure sun presence. Each fireball was like a miniature sun. Chapter 841. The first crimson gold fireball met the nether floats. With a boom, it was like a fireball falling into a pot of oil. The crimson gold flames and the black yin energy touched. They did not destroy each other, but burned along the black yin energy. More and more crimson gold fireballs landed on the surface of the nether floats. Every crimson gold fireball was like this. The surface of all the nether floats started to burn. These crimson gold flames burned along the black yin energy into the seal scripts on the surface of the nether floats. They followed the channels of the seal scripts deep into the nether floats. Terrified gasps sounded from the depths of the nether floats. There should not be any kind of flame in the world that could burn through the thick armor of the nether floats, but when these crimson gold flames merged with the yin energy, they gave off astounding heat. They started to burn through the weak points of the nether floats, especially the insides, the formations, and the pivot made of crystals. The destruction of the seal scripts and formations meant that the energies were going berserk. Explosions sounded from the depths of the nether floats. Abandon ship. The shout that had given the military order sounded again, but this time, the shout was trembling. Gusts of wind came out of the open cabin doors. All the cultivators and formation masters immediately charged out of the cabin doors. Then came the army. First, there were chaotic and rapid footsteps, and then uniform footsteps, hooves, and the sound of wheels. One by one, the nether floats began to burn, like some kind of monster that was burning hot oil. It was impossible to imagine what it looked like before. The cultivators, formation masters, and army that came out of their stomachs were like internal organs or excrement spreading on the ice. The flames burned the surface of the ice, and the ice began to melt. The burning nether floats began to sink slowly. A large amount of boiling water vapor gushed out. The first thing that came out of the opened cabin door was wind. Now, the wind that came out was mixed with scalding water vapor and wisps of flames. These flames even gradually merged into one. But even so, the army that came out of the nether floats in the end still walked steadily and did not panic. The flames even swallowed the chariots at the back, causing them to pass through the curtain of fire. But even though the armor of the war horses and soldiers were burning, their movements did not change. These were the terracotta soldiers. What Zheng Xiu had used to change the entire war, what she had obtained from Wang Jingmeng in the past, and what Jiaodong commandery had accumulated over countless years, formed this army, and allowed her to completely change the fate of Yangqi. These tens of thousands of terracotta soldiers were also the last source of confidence for the Qin cultivators and soldiers who were so shocked they couldn't use words to describe their shock. Especially the generals loyal to Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu. Their shock came from the destruction of the nether floats, and nothing more. But on the other side of the ice, the black-robed youth was still standing, indicating that he and the Ba Mountain Swordfield's goal was not just to destroy the nether float fleet, but to destroy the entire nether float fleet. So, why? The general who had been giving orders was Xu Rui. He was Xu Fu's confidant. Bathed in the light of the fire, he looked at the silent and motionless youth in black. Because of shock and heartache, his face twisted to an unimaginable degree. Kill. He issued another military order. The terracotta soldiers that left the nether floats in the end started to advance on the ice like a tide. What was most terrifying about these terracotta soldiers was that their bodies were just shells. As long as some of the core magic crystals were not lost, and as long as the craftsmen in Zheng Xiu's hands who could make these terracotta soldiers were still present, even the damaged terracotta soldiers could be restored. From a certain point of view, this was the bravest undying army that did not fear death. Some flying swords were mixed among the terracotta soldiers, and whimpered as they tore through the air. A powerful army with large numbers of cultivators could only be matched by an army. He did not believe that the Basin Kendo ground in Jiaodong Commandery could ambush an army strong enough to kill his undying army. The terracotta soldiers started to run. All the footsteps of the infantry were in unison, the cavalry and chariots following behind them. The orderly footsteps created terrifying vibrations on the ice. Countless cracks appeared on the ice, deep to the bottom of the river. As the footsteps continued to trample, cracks appeared among the cracks, and countless pieces of ice flew up. Even Shu Rui and the cultivators who had attacked felt their hearts tremble at the charge of such an army. But inexplicably, looking at the silent and motionless youth in black, they had an ominous feeling. At the bottom of the river where they could not see, black energy rose from the sand. The black energy was as thick as ink, and immediately filled the cracks in the ice, and silently spread upwards. A black flower bud grew out of the cracks in the ice, and immediately bloomed. After one, there were countless flowers. The white ice turned into a sea of flowers. A black sea of flowers. Countless gasps could be heard. The terracotta army that seemed like it would never slow down suddenly slowed down. Even the flying swords that were tailing behind them felt a strong binding force, a strange erosion. But this was just the beginning. Someone was playing a zither in the mountains. The sound of the zither was sobbing, cold and light, making people feel sad and lonely. Other than flowers, black bamboo started to grow in the ice cracks. Many of the cultivators behind the terracotta soldiers felt their hearts grow heavy. They started to realize who the black bamboo and the sound of the zither came from. Putting aside the past grievances between the Basin Kendo ground and Yuanwu, the Qin dynasty still owed the Shang family an explanation. An orphan girl of the Shang family, like a ghost, could strike at the hearts of all Qin people. The terracotta army seemed to be in a quagmire. The ice continued to crack. Chunks of ice surged upward, and an endless amount of black gas surged up from below. Most of the nether floats had disappeared, burning into rotten metal and sinking into the water. But on the ice, there were enormous things like nether floats rising. It was a black mountain. There were countless gravestones on the mountain. Shouts and sword cries could be heard one after another. Almost all the cultivators and formation masters acted. Even the eldest miss of the Shang family had appeared. If Bai Shanshui and the others came, and they could not get the terracotta army to join the battle, they might be completely annihilated. But this thousand-grave mountain was not the thousand-grave mountain that the cultivators of the world were familiar with. Between these tombstones, figures appeared one after another. These figures were shrouded in death energy. They were not living beings, but they gave off the presence that only grandmasters could have. Many sword lights unconsciously stopped in the air and retreated. The owners of these sword lights saw in shock that more and more of these non-living figures appeared, walked out of the thousand-grave mountain, and headed towards the terracotta army. Chapter 842. Pew. One of the terracotta soldiers at the front fiercely pierced his sword into a black shadow that was walking out from the Thousand Tombs mountain. But this black figure did not fall. The sword that stabbed into his body quickly decayed. Black smoke flowed along the sword and onto the body of the terracotta soldier. This terracotta soldier's body also gave off rotting sounds. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and black smoke flowed out of his orifices. This terracotta soldier that seemed to never stop lowered his head and knelt down. These figures shrouded in black energy charged into the terracotta army. Compared to the terracotta army, these figures were like shadows hanging together, and as sad as the zither music. However, wherever they passed by, it was like a plague passing through. The terracotta soldiers that were powerful to the armies of the world were as fragile as paper that could be blown away by the wind at any time. One after another, the terracotta soldiers fell to the ground. Like kites with their strings cut, they were blasted away by the powerful Yuan Qi and shattered into pieces. These figures that walked out of the Thousand Tombs mountain and the black flowers and bamboo on the ground formed a black tide that quickly spread towards the cultivators and soldiers behind the terracotta soldiers. Shu Rui's heart palpitated. His lips opened, but trembled, and he could not give any orders. The terracotta soldiers were terrifying because they were undying. But when they encountered the same undying, the other was stronger, and there was nothing to be proud of. When the black tide passed through the terracotta soldiers, the Nether Float Fleet had been destroyed. Because what was truly terrifying about the Nether Float Fleet was not the cultivators and ordinary soldiers they carried, but the Nether Float ships themselves and the terracotta soldiers. Before the burning Nether Float ships turned to rotten metal and sank to the bottom of the water, they lit up half the sky. Even the nameless Grandmaster of Yuyang Commandery, who had long secluded himself, saw the light from the distant snowy peaks and sighed in admiration. He knew that the Nether Float Fleet that had once roamed the seas and delivered large amounts of cultivation resources to the Qin dynasty no longer existed after today. At this time, Zheng Xiu, who was closer to the destroyed fleet, naturally knew what had happened. In fact, when those golden-red fireballs appeared in the air like the scorching sun, she had already turned around to look back while walking in the snow forest. The reddish-gold flames illuminated the snowy forest she was in, illuminating her entire body in a reddish-gold color. Even through her dress, it reflected the outline of her perfect body. She did not see Qian Mu attack. But she knew Ding Ning very well, or rather, the former Wang Jingmeng. She knew that the other party must have a way to completely destroy this fleet, including her terracotta soldiers, otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. Since Yi Xinha's death, this was the first time her state of mind had a subtle fluctuation. She did not expect Ding Ning to possess such power. The coldness in his body was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, she heard the howling of wolves in the forest not far away. There were very few tigers and wolves in the forests of Yuyang County, and their howls were exceptionally powerful and melodious. She looked down. She finally knew that it was not so simple to escape. It was no longer a game like what had happened in Changling, where she deliberately gave in. Fortunately, she still had enough patience. It was not so simple. This meant that this kind of escape and pursuit would take more time. Almost subconsciously, she pulled out the hairpin on her head, seemingly casually stabbing it into the pinewood beside her. With each stab, she could easily pick out a fat white tree worm. She chewed on these tree worms and swallowed them. This taste was bitter and hard to describe, but she was used to it when she cultivated in Jiaodong Commandery. This taste could awaken many of her dormant instincts. To survive in the cold, one needed warmth from fire, food, clothing, or the cultivator's own vital energy. Yet she knew that the soaring snakes were circling in the sky. They were not just observing the smoke and fire, but even the smallest movements in the forest. There were blue wolves from Wuji searching the forest. The slight smell of blood would attract their attention. Even the flow of vital energy in a small area in the body was not safe. Because Ding Ning was nearby. She did not understand his 9 death silkworm, and did not know how far his 9 death silkworm could sense minute energy vibrations. If she could not be sure, she could not take the risk. Fortunately, she had many experiences escaping like this. Fortunately, the forest around Yuyang Commandery was wide and dense. Under the snow, as long as she carefully took care of her footprints, she would have a chance to escape. At this time, she smelled a new wave of smoke. There was a strong smell of sulfur in the smoke, and another smell was the black oil from the north of the Yang. Her mind fluctuated for the second time. She looked up, and for the first time, shock and anger appeared in her eyes. Some parts of the forest were burning. Fires could not erupt in the snowy forest. Even cultivators could not ignite large parts of the forest unless they had large amounts of fuel. A cultivator in grey robes was walking in the burning forest. Sulfur, black oil and other things ignited in the forest he passed. Even in this kind of weather, a mountain fire like this was enough to burn these parts of the forest. Looking down from above, these parts of the forest could be seen clearly. This sealed off the possibility of Zheng Xiu moving through the forest. This cultivator in grey robes was Shen Xian. Previously, he had been the one being pursued in Changling. Now, he was pursuing the mistress who had ordered the capture of him. He was one of the best at hiding in Changling, and also one of the best at hunting. The burning forest in the distance was not a path one had to pass through. But if the paths were dug, there was less room to maneuver, and the possibility of being discovered was greater. Zheng Xiu took a deep breath. She extinguished her anger and knew that Ding Ning had made sufficient preparations this time. At this time, in the forest not far from her, new smoke started to burn. This was smoke mixed with the fragrance of food. It also meant that there were people pursuing her in those places. Those people could make fires and cook as they pleased, and eat warm and sweet food as though they were camping. Also, she could not identify Ding Ning in the smoke. But she could not light a fire, and did not dare to make smoke that did not belong to these people. She could only look at the smoke, and was forced to smell the food. She did not even dare to be angry. She knew that this was a deliberate move by Ding Ning, a slow knife cutting her flesh so that she could not endure it. The fragrance of the food finally faded. The people pursuing her had eaten this meal. However, before she could curse in her heart, a shadow had already appeared in the sky. It was a mass of dark rain clouds. Rain clouds should not appear in this kind of weather. The falling water would naturally turn to ice, and then snow would fall to the ground. But this rain cloud was very low, and not natural. Yi Xileng. Zheng Xiu's expression was cold. She knew who had come. Rain started to pour down. The rain cloud swept through many forests, including the one she was in. After leaving Changling, Yi Xileng was even more unrestrained. He did not have as many misgivings as he did in Changling. Today, she only needed to release all of her vital energy and primal energies of the universe, and turn them into rain. She did not need to hold anything back. The soybean-sized raindrops swept off the snow on the treetops. The cold rain fell on Zheng Xiu's body, and gradually soaked her clothes. Chapter 843. At this time, she finally understood one thing. The former Wang Jingmeng, the present Ding Ning, before the change in Changling, did not completely understand her. Before that, she understood him better. After the change in Changling, when he became the Ding Ning in that alley, when he and Zhongsun Qianxue cultivated together, he finally understood her better. The rain wouldn't expose her tracks. Yi Xileng had used up all of his vital energy to create this rain and then leave, just to soak her in the rain. It seemed meaningless, but it was a deliberate humiliation. He made her eat insects, catch cold, get soaked in the rain, make her run through the forest like a stray dog to avoid the pursuers. She did not even dare to act against anyone. But the other was deliberately beating her back to her original form, from the position of the empress of the Qin dynasty back to the female cultivator who was trying to survive in Jiaodong Commandery. All of this came from Ding Ning's understanding of her. Because of this understanding, he had calculated that Yi Xinhe would likely be ordered by her to kill Grandmaster Yang of Yuyang Commandery. Then he killed Yi Xinhe, and then found his own position. At the same time, these moves against her were reminding her that she had done the same to him in the past. Today, there was no friendship between them. He just wanted to return the hatred and humiliation of the past. An emotion completely different from anger rose in her body along with the cold. She was someone who could look directly into her heart, so she clearly knew what kind of emotion this was. In these years, she had become more disappointed in Yuanwu, until she was completely disappointed. She could not have regretted it. From Changling to now, other than her caring for Wang Jingmeng, the other heroes, the experts of the world, were all jackals of the same tribe in her eyes, and there was nothing to care about. So she was very cold. Many times, she would only look forward. Only when she reached the position she had seen in the past would she look back. After looking back, she would feel regret. She had once thought that if there was a chance to return to the past, she would be with Wang Jingmeng. However, this regret that would occasionally appear was pierced by reality and the cold rain until it was riddled with holes. Her unrealistic childishness had been ruthlessly destroyed. This was where her emotions were at this moment. Zheng Xiu stood in the cold rain for a long time. Then she walked deeper into the snow. She tried to bury herself in the snow without leaving any traces and then closed her eyes. She wasn't trying to bury herself. It was just that in the coming snowy night, she could maintain some of her body's warmth in the snow. It would be even colder outside. When the torrential rain caused by Yi Xileng's junchi fell, Ding Ning held up a large oil paper umbrella over his head. The person holding the umbrella for him was the young lady of the state of Chen, Ji Qingqing. In terms of hatred, the hatred between her and Zheng Xiu was no less than the hatred between Ding Ning and Zheng Xiu. Because from a certain perspective, this sword scar on her face caused by Zheng Xiu had ruined her life. Ding Ning's gaze pierced through the curtain of rain and fell on the mountain forest ahead of him. His gaze was calm. When he completely cut off the past, his steps grew lighter and more determined. He did not release any energy. His body occasionally felt cold, but the vital energy in his energy sea grew more perfect, reaching a level he had never reached before. Even the smallest knot in the heart was still a knot in the heart. Every time a knot in his heart was undone, it was like severing a shackle for his cultivation. This pursuit was also a form of cultivation for him. A very special cultivation. There were no obvious traces along the way. This was not the game of Changling back then. It was not so simple to find her. But a person's habits, preferences, and skills were often imprints that a person could not change. After the rain fell, he knew that Zheng Xiu would likely find a place to stay out of the wind and warm. There were many places like this in the forest hundreds of miles around. But Zheng Xiu did not use vital energy, and there were many seals. She would not go far. Ding Ning also stopped. He patiently waited for the rain to stop. Yi Xileng's unrestrained vital energy gathered the water vapor in the hundreds of miles around. So in this world, there was no snow, and there were very few clouds. Ji Qingqing, the young master of the Chen state, closed her umbrella and waited silently behind Ding Ning. A minute mountain sword sect cultivator dressed in indigo robes appeared in her sight. This minute mountain sword sect cultivator dressed in indigo robes was not Yangtai Guanjin, but Qing Yaoyin. Many people had come with him, and helped him bring some tightly sealed wooden chests. When these wooden chests were opened, the soft sound of flapping wings sounded in the world. Zheng Xiu woke up from her deep sleep, startled awake from her dream. Her bodily functions had dropped to the level of a turtle or snake hibernating. Her breathing was extremely weak, and even her heart would occasionally beat. But the sound was not enough to wake her up from her deep sleep. The snow around her was already moving. In her perception, there were many insects flying in the air, and then searching for a relatively warm place. They landed, burrowed into the snow, and burrowed into the warmer depths of the snow. The mountains were covered in snow, and there were no longer any flying insects. The unique medicinal energy on these insects caused her skin to feel numb, and she immediately realized who had done this. Her heart contracted violently, and then started to beat violently. The almost frozen blood in her body immediately recovered and flowed furiously. Dozens of insects with strange colors had already passed through the snow on her body and landed on her. The moment he touched her skin, a layer of sparkling and translucent yuan qi surged from her skin. These insects silently died, but in the next moment, these insects were wrapped in serene green flames, and started to burn, turning into balls of air. The pile of snow was lifted upwards, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Zheng Xiu's figure charged out like a ghost, and disappeared from the forest. Her perfect face was as cold as porcelain. She did not hide her tracks anymore because she had been exposed. It was also at this moment that a war drum rumbled in the sky. In the silent mountain forest, several dozen enormous pillars of fire surged out at the same time, illuminating the sky above the valley as bright as day. Ding Ning walked out of a military tent. Zheng Xiu's figure was very fast, so fast that the soaring snakes in the sky could not see her clearly. But in his perception, that flowing wind clearly appeared. His figure instantly disappeared in front of the military tent. At the same time, countless wolves howled in the forest, as though cheering for him. Chapter 844. Many people immediately sensed Zheng Xiu's presence. At the start, no matter if it was Shen Xian who was waiting silently in the burnt forest, or the female masters of Chen who were resting in the tent not far from Ding Ning, they all quickly followed. But soon, they all gave up. Both Zheng Xiu and Ding Ning were too fast, so fast that they surpassed common sense. Being faster than common sense meant that they had to pay more than common sense. It meant that vital energy was being consumed at an astounding rate, and the body had to endure surging vital energy that surpassed its limits. At this kind of speed, each breath would cause damage to a cultivator's body. Sensing Zheng Xiu and Ding Ning's rapid departure, Shen Xian, Ji Qingqing, and the others were silent. If they fled at this speed, before they reached the limit of their perception, their vital energy and bodies would not be able to endure. Yet, Zheng Xiu was still fleeing. So no matter how much she was forced to flee, in terms of cultivation and pure power, she still surpassed them Realm 7s. Just fleeing and chasing was more dangerous than most of the life and death battles between Realm 7 Grandmasters in the world. Many lines of blood appeared on Zheng Xiu's porcelain-like skin. Just as the lines were about to seep out, she flicked a glowing lotus seed out of her fingertip into the air in front of her. Then she opened her red lips and held it in her mouth. The lotus seed dissolved in her mouth and charged into her abdomen. It quickly caused the lines of blood to disappear, and her skin became as smooth as perfect porcelain again. When the lines of blood appeared in the white porcelain again, she flicked another lotus seed out of her fingertip, and the cycle repeated. The seemingly ordinary process contained great danger and pain, but what caused Zheng Xiu's eyes to grow colder was that she could not break free of the wind behind her. Every time, the wind would be pulled far away by her, but when the true essence in her body was exhausted, when her body was close to its limit, and she needed to rely on the spirit lotus seed to recover, the wind would always be able to catch up. She knew that Ding Ning would not be slower than her. He was slow because he did not want his body to be damaged. He only needed to keep up with her and not lose track of her. But why did the total amount of true essence in his body also seem to be endless? Compared to many years ago, he had indeed changed a lot. He had become much stronger than she had imagined. When the blood veins appeared on her body for the 7th time, and then disappeared again because of a lotus seed in her mouth, she stopped. They were already far away from the snowy peaks of Yuyang County. When she stopped, there was a farmhouse and an apricot forest not far away. She passed through the apricot forest and pushed open the door to a farmhouse. There was a woman in the farmhouse. She was weaving, and there was a baby sleeping in the cradle beside her. "Heat up the soup for me." She didn't say anything else and coldly ordered the woman. The woman didn't dare to disobey her due to her natural dignity and the unique aura of a powerful cultivator. She started to make a fire in fear and heated up the millet soup in the pot. She sat down on the woman's original wooden stool. Her buttocks still had the woman's residual warmth. She just sat quietly, occasionally glancing at the baby in the cradle beside her. But for some reason, the woman, who was already panicking, became even more panicked. She didn't even notice that the wooden spoon she had been preparing to stir the millet soup had fallen into the fire. The fire had just started. The wooden spoon that had fallen into the fire was ignited and started to give off bright yellow flames. A gust of wind blew over. Some of the thatch on the roof was blown off and scattered into the vegetable fields on the other side of the house. Ding Ning's figure appeared outside the door of the farmhouse. Zheng Xiu did not close the door, so he could easily see everything inside. He furrowed his brows and walked straight into the farmhouse. Zheng Xiu looked at him motionlessly and carefully. Ding Ning also looked at her calmly. Then he sat down not far away from her and closed the door that would send cold air in. "Why do you dare to keep chasing me like this?" It wasn't until he sat down that Zheng Xiu finally spoke. She was clearly the one who wanted to flee at all costs, but she said such a thing. But Ding Ning understood her meaning. "Someone in Jiaodong Commandery told me a secret," Ding Ning said calmly. "While the spirit lotus seeds have healing abilities that even the best spirit medicines in the world cannot match, and can replenish vital energy, each time it is consumed, especially when consumed, it will destroy the recovery ability of us cultivators. Your body will grow weaker, and in the end, your body will become as weak as paper. Even if you have the spirit lotus seeds, they are useless to you. So this is how it is." Zheng Xiu said coldly after a moment of silence, Because of this, you are not afraid that I will use the spirit lotus seeds to kill you. Only when you are about to kill someone can you see if they are hiding something, Ding Ning said coldly. I want to take something you can rely on. Zheng Xiu did not speak for a long time. The fire in the stove grew, and the millet soup started to heat up. This peasant woman was the most ordinary woman in the Yang, but the old events that happened in Changling more than a decade ago were the most sensational events in the world. So when she heard the conversation between the two, she started to realize who these two people were. Her entire body started to tremble. Not because of herself, but because of the legendary coldness of that woman, because her child was next to that woman. Good revenge, perfect revenge. I had not thought that the 9-death silkworm could turn you into a completely different person. Zheng Xiu suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very cold, and her laughter was full of ridicule. Is there a true intimacy in this world? Is there such a thing as heart to heart? Why did you not tell me the secret of the 9-death silkworm back then? Because your mind is different from other people. Ding Ning was very calm. He looked at Zheng Xiu and answered directly. You are very ambitious. In my view, the 9-death silkworm is not a good method for cultivators, and is very dangerous. I was just afraid that you would cultivate the 9-death silkworm method after learning it. But I had not thought that your ambition was greater and crazier than I imagined. Zheng Xiu said with slight disdain, so you thought I was ambitious long ago. Ding Ning said coolly, no one is perfect. What is important is tolerance, and treating others with sincerity. What kind of thing is the 9-death silkworm? Zheng Xiu looked at Ding Ning, and her voice suddenly grew louder. Are you begging me to speak, or using them as an exchange? Ding Ning looked at the woman and the infant in the cradle and asked. Chapter 845. What do you think? Zheng Xiu did not answer his question and asked in return. Ding Ning raised an eyebrow and did not speak. People will always change. Zheng Xiu put her hand on the side of the cradle, her fingers tapping lightly. She said in a rare soft voice, I want to know what kind of person you are now. Ding Ning still did not answer because he felt such a conversation was unnecessary and boring. Zheng Xiu looked at him and said, back then, you could die for the lives of some people in Changling. If you are such a person who will not hesitate to sacrifice yourself, can you die for this infant, or let me live? I feel you are wrong from the very beginning. Ding Ning sneered. Looking at the other's perfect face, he could not think of any of the sweet things of the past, only disgust. There has never been a person who is absolutely selfless and can sacrifice themselves for others without any choice. Any choice is related to one's own love and hate. Back then, I chose to die in battle for 2 reasons. One is that the greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. The other is that the people of the Basin Kendo ground are close friends who have gone through life and death with me. They are my brothers. So even if I die, I want them to live. But now, there is a mother and son in the Yang. While they are innocent, I did not have deep feelings for them. You say you want me to die for them. Forgive me for not being so selfless. If you want to use their lives to threaten me, then you are the culprit. I can only kill you to get revenge for them. Also, if I let someone like you go, more innocent people like them will die because of you. I think she can understand. Ding Ning's last words were directed at the peasant woman. Originally, this peasant woman had been terrified to the extreme, especially when Zheng Xiu's fingers tapped on the cradle. She trembled all over and even wanted to move, but Ding Ning's calm gaze stopped her. When she heard Ding Ning's words, this peasant woman's body still trembled slightly, but her eyes suddenly had some other meaning. She even nodded slightly towards Ding Ning. Zheng Xiu was silent for a long time and then slowly said, other than you, no one truly knows the secret of the 9-death silkworm. Since no one knows other than you, then who knows if you are purposefully grieving, and are not certain you can be reborn after death and become stronger? Do I? Ding Ning looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot. He mocked, I am already invincible. Why should I die once and cultivate again? If it were you, would you give up something that is within your reach and risk dying once to cultivate again? Just to make you feel more guilty? Will you feel more guilty because of this? What's the point? Ding Ning looked at Zheng Xiu, who fell silent again. Zheng Xiu was unable to answer. Because it was indeed meaningless. If you're still the same person as before, then I can trust you. I can beg you, please tell me the secret of the 9-death silkworm, and I will spare this mother and son. Zheng Xiu slowly looked up at Ding Ning. Because I really want to know what the 9-death silkworm is. Ding Ning looked coolly at her. Then he nodded to the peasant woman behind Zheng Xiu, picked up the infant in the cradle and handed it to the peasant woman. The peasant woman did not speak. Her eyes filled with tears, she kowtowed to Ding Ning and then quickly pushed open the door to leave. Her footsteps grew further and further away until they completely disappeared. The farmhouse became absolutely silent. Zheng Xiu started to drink the hot soup. If there is no example, if there is no master to teach you, if no one has ever tried it before, if you have only obtained a fragmented manual, and the manual tells you that you can use this skill when you are about to die, and there is a possibility that you will be able to come back to life. Will you try to cultivate? Will you try to see if it really has this effect? Ding Ning looked at her and asked. Zheng Xiu paused. Her lips that had become bright again because of the heat stopped at the rough edge of the bowl. She thought seriously and then said, there is a possibility, there is a chance to cultivate again. Ding Ning shook his head. So you are not like ordinary people. Even if I received the Yu Emperor's inheritance, the 9-death silkworm, and I completely figured out the 9-death silkworm's cultivation method, there is no example. Even the Yu Emperor himself died and did not come back to life. So I do not believe the 9-death silkworm can come back to life. Why would I try it with my body? Zheng Xiu said, so you did not tell me about the 9-death silkworm back then because you felt I was not like ordinary people. You were worried that I would really try it after getting this method, and you feared you would lose me? Ding Ning looked at her and did not answer. Zheng Xiu sneered. Since you feel I am so ambitious and crazy, why did you choose me? I told you before that no one is perfect. Ding Ning said calmly, even though you almost touched my bottom line in the matter of the Li family and the Shang family, when we met, you said you would change, so I thought you would change. But reality proved that you did not think so. Then I was wrong. Zheng Xiu did not speak for a long time. This kind of conversation caused her to think of many things. But in the end, just like Ding Ning, she felt that it was indeed meaningless. Her expression grew cold again. Then she said, what is the 9-death silkworm method like? How did you come back to life after burning to ashes? It is very simple to talk about the reason. Ding Ning did not hesitate and said directly, this method can be like cultivating a life bond item. You can cut off a part of your energy and seal it somewhere. When the cultivator's body dies, their mind will be stored in the seal scripts of the flying sword, and transferred into that life bond energy. Yuan Wu and I thought this might be the case, so we used true fire to burn away your energy. But we did not think that cutting off a part of your energy could be sealed somewhere outside your body. How can a living thing live forever? Zheng Xiu looked at Ding Ning and said, there are no records of this in the records of the cultivation world. Just like fresh meat, after a long time, it will naturally become rotten meat. There is no reason for this. Logically speaking, life forms cannot live for a long time after leaving their bodies. However, there are some exceptions. For example, if they are frozen in extreme cold, they can live longer, Ding Ning said coolly. The Yu Emperor has the 9 Hell King sword. Zheng Xiu frowned. Why is your life bond energy on Miss Gongsuan's 9 Hell King sword? Ding Ning smiled emotionally. When she fell in love with me, I already had you. She was hurt by love. When she left Changling, she asked me, if this life was too late, if there was a next life, would I be with her? So I gave her the 9 Hell King sword. Zheng Xiu said, so when you gave her the sword, you sealed a part of your life bond energy in the sword. I originally did not believe that the 9-death silkworm could come back to life. While I gave her the sword, I did not tell her about the 9-death silkworm. But I had not expected there to be a next life. Ding Ning said calmly, later, you and Yuan Wu used thunderous methods to destroy the Gongsun family behind my back. She thought it was my orders, and misunderstood me. But she did not throw away the 9 Hell King sword. Until I died in battle in Changling, she took the 9 Hell King sword into Changling. A miracle occurred, and I used it to be reborn. Until she returned to Changling, you used it to be reborn? Zheng Xiu's eyes flickered as she heard the clues. The 9 death silkworm's consciousness did not dissipate, and was trapped in the place where I died in battle. At the time, I did not know where I was. My perception seemed to be trapped in the dark underground, unable to escape, like I was in a cocoon, unable to break out. Until she returned to Changling with the sword to take revenge for me, and came to the place where I died in battle, the energy sealed in the 9 Hell King sword finally awakened and merged with my consciousness. Ding Ning said coolly, my energy silently left the 9 Hell King sword, and my flesh quickly regenerated into an infant. It was just a matter of a few days by the river without anyone noticing. But when I regained consciousness and asked about the time, Yuan Wu had already ascended the throne for 4 years. Chapter 846. Zheng Xiu's eyelashes trembled slightly. Even she knew that it was a terrifying feeling to be trapped in the boundless darkness for several years. When I obtained the 9 death silkworm, the Yu Emperor had become a legend. There was no teacher, no example to follow. Everything was unknown. But now, I am an example. Today, I have told you what I experienced. But if I tell you the cultivation method of the 9 death silkworm, will you choose to cultivate it? Ding Ning looked at her and asked calmly, even if there is a complete 9 Hell King sword for you, will you dare to cultivate again, and die like me? Zheng Xiu was silent and did not respond. Ding Ning did not speak and just looked at her. Zheng Xiu was silent for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, no, because I will not put my life in the hands of others. So you won't feel at ease letting anyone take care of the 9 Hell King sword. You won't let anyone take care of the 9 Hell King sword, because when that time comes, the person holding the 9 Hell King sword is like holding your life. Ding Ning said disdainfully, so what if I don't tell you the 9 death silkworm? Not just back then, even now, it is the same. At least, I know the secret of the 9 death silkworm. Zheng Xiu looked coldly at Ding Ning and said, at least, I know the 9 Hell King sword is destroyed, and the 9 death silkworm cannot bring anyone back from the dead. Ding Ning said coldly, you can try to kill me this time. There is no true eternal life in the world. The legendary 9 death silkworm is the same, the immortal medicine of the ancestral mountain is the same, and my spirit vein immortal lotus is the same. Zheng Xiu looked up and smiled self-deprecatingly. Ding Ning sneered and said, I never seek immortality, I only seek to have no regrets. Zheng Xiu shook her head. Can you really have no regrets? Ding Ning said calmly, I can be at ease. Zheng Xiu drank the soup that had turned cold again. There was a glowing lotus seed at her fingertip. She lowered her head to wipe the corner of her mouth and placed the sparkling lotus seed into her mouth. This was her last spirit lotus seed, and also the last spirit lotus seed that her body could contain and accept. Her movements were very elegant because she knew that Ding Ning would not stop her. Today, he would watch her use all her trump cards. The extremely pure spirit qi dissolved in her body at an astonishing speed, like a gentle spring water washing over the damaged parts of her meridians, and those damaged parts were quickly healed. For cultivators, this was a type of wondrous healing feeling. However, after this type of wondrous healing feeling, these meridians that seemed to have been washed by gentle spring water, the injuries that were quickly healed instead dried up like skin that lost water, even hardening and forming scabs. When she raised her head again, the spiritual energy from the last spirit lotus seed had completely disappeared from her body. The jade palace in the depths of her energy sea became even more sparkling and translucent. However, it was like the hardest gemstone and was no longer soft. An inexplicably powerful aura of death fell from the sky. This aura was so strong that even those hibernating underground creatures in this part of the world woke up and felt the threat of death. Many snakes and insects hiding underground charged out of their mud holes, trying to burn their life force. Even the cold-blooded snakes and fishes had their blood and qi flowing wildly, causing them to swim in the icy water and pass through the snow. Although it didn't take them much time, they were still completely frozen and truly dead. Even insects do not want to die, much less me. Zheng Xiu smiled coldly and proudly. She said, I want to try again to see if I can kill you. If we can fight like true cultivators, this is a satisfying revenge. Ding Ning smiled faintly. Of course, I fought my way into Changling because I wanted to have a fair fight with you and Yuanwu. If I am killed by you, I will have no regrets. But now, I finally have such a moment. Zheng Xiu did not speak. Countless stars flashed on the surface of her skin. It was as if countless sparkling and translucent diamonds were seeping out of her skin. At this moment, many cultivators in the world sensed it. In Guangzhou, in Changluo City, Xu Fu looked up. He saw many of the stars in the sky were bright and dazzling. Yuanwu, in the Palace of Silence, also looked up. His face, which had always been expressionless, now showed true shock, and even some fear. He guessed what was happening. But he had not expected that Zheng Xiu would not be able to escape Ding Ning's pursuit. He knew that after tonight, the world would change completely. The Qin dynasty would welcome a new world without an empress. But he was completely unprepared for such a change. He was not prepared at all. It's starting. In Jiaodong Commandery far from Guangzhou, Lin Zhujiu and Zhong Shiwu were more certain than Yuanwu about what was happening. Zhong Shiwu looked at the bright stars, and sensed another meaning in the sky. He said emotionally to Lin Zhujiu, his sword essence is very pure. I never doubted him. Lin Zhujiu laughed. I never thought that his intentions would change because of old feelings. Compared to Zhong Shiwu, his smile was filled with emotion. Because he had been trapped in the great floating water prison for many years, just living for a thread of hope. He even knew that Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu had let him live because they wanted to lure out the remnants of the Basin Kendo ground. Xu Fu, Yuanwu, Zhong Shiwu, and Lin Zhujiu were all deeply connected to Ding Ning and Zheng Xiu. But at this time, of all the cultivators in the world, the one with the strongest ripples was 4th Mr. Zhao of the Zhao Sword Furnace. She was like the nameless Grandmaster Yang of Yuyang Commandery, retreating to a nameless mountain forest. But at this time, red light appeared on her body. She looked up, and confirmed that the small sword in the sky was about to be activated. She laughed. Her smile was even brighter and prouder than when she had competed fairly with Ding Ning. The starfire sword that the world knew came from falling from the sky like starlight, carrying a terrifying power that was not of this world. But in this farmhouse, the power of the starfire sword did not come from the sky, but from Zheng Xiu. Zheng Xiu's figure faded and twisted in the air. The twisting of light came from the twisting of the air in this space. The diamond-like brilliance emanating from her body had turned into wisps of pale white starfire. This farmhouse turned to dust in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Each tiny thread of starfire turned into a small sword that charged towards Ding Ning. Chapter 847. Ding Ning looked calmly at her. He didn't even move, but countless sword energies spun around him. There seemed to be gaps between these sword energies, but behind the gaps were still extremely thin sword energies. Threads of starfire swords charged at these sword energies, and were crushed like grains of rice thrown into a millstone, turning into insignificant balls of flame. The tiny white flowers on the last flower remnant sword were dying. The silver flames formed by these small starfire swords were also blooming and disappearing. This was his grindstone sword essence, the strongest defensive sword form in the world. It was even stronger than Wang Jingmeng's attack that Zheng Xiu had learned of back then. Yet, both Zheng Xiu and Ding Ning's expressions did not change when they saw the starfire swords being blocked by this sword essence. Zheng Xiu knew that her attack could not kill Ding Ning. Ding Ning also knew that Zheng Xiu had more than one attack. While the silver flames were still forming around Ding Ning, Zheng Xiu's attention landed on the small sword floating in the void and being tempered by the pale white starfire. This small sword started to fall. It immediately broke through the primal energies of the universe, and along with the starlight, officially entered this world. With a boom, the world shook. A circle of silver light spread through the clouds in all directions. A ring-shaped mountain seemed to appear in the sky. At the center of the mountain, there was a vacuum of yuan qi. There was only a lonely and cold sword light that was crazily falling. The starlight wrapped around this sword light formed an inexplicable connection with the silver flames around Ding Ning. While it was still in the air, countless streams of starlight visible to the naked eye connected from the sword to the silver flames around Ding Ning. The sword threads swimming around Ding Ning's body began to crack. He frowned and quickly reacted to Zheng Xiu's sword light possessing such power. A terrifying pressure started to ripple outwards from his energy sea. But at this time, he sensed something interesting. His furrowed brows immediately relaxed. The terrifying life bond power that was about to surge out of his energy sea disappeared. In the depths of Zheng Xiu's eyes, which were illuminated by the pale starfire, a fiery red light appeared. It was just like the sword core in the deepest part of the small sword embryo. She had even concealed this sword from Yuanwu. She had kept it for when one day she had to face such a situation with Yuanwu. She had not thought that she would be forced out so early. The true fire of the Jiao sword furnace was the fiercest fire in the world, and her starfire came from outside the world. It was absolute destruction. When these two extreme and different flames forcefully merged together, it would definitely produce a terrifying power. She believed it was enough to break through Ding Ning's defense. However, other than Ding Ning, there was another person in the world who did not think so. In this world, there was a woman who was smaller than her, but she had always been respectfully addressed as Mr. She was the fourth Mr. of the Jiao sword furnace. This sword had originally been her life bond sword. How proud were the people of the Jiao sword furnace! Especially when she had followed in her teacher's footsteps, and finally experienced and reached the level her teacher had reached back then, and was even surpassing it. How could she not take back this sword herself? When this sword that contained all of Zheng Xiu's hopes fell into the world, it was time for her to take back her own sword. Fourth Mr. Jiao smiled proudly. The stone ground under her feet started to melt from the presence she gave off, turning into boiling lava. The frantically falling small sword became incomparably clear in her perception. The red light in the deepest part of the small sword embryo started to spread outwards. "Come back!" She let out a low shout. The voice was not loud, but it was determined. It wasn't just the true essence in her body that was ignited. Even her spirit and life force seemed to be completely ignited at this moment, completely connecting with the small sword. Puff! A loud sound was heard. The ring-shaped origin Qi mountain in the sky instantly shattered, turning into countless broken clouds. The sword light at the center suddenly became dazzling red, like an enormous furnace forming in the air. That kind of unimaginably red flame pushed out the pale white flame and the silver starlight together. Zheng Xiu's body started to tremble. This small sword was her true life bond sword that she had hidden for a long time, but at the same time, it was fourth Mr. Jiao's life bond sword. Between her and fourth Mr. Jiao, they were fighting with their lives, like they were tearing at each other's flesh. In this moment, her power would not lose to fourth Mr. Jiao. But she could not hold on. Because fourth Mr. Jiao had truly put his life on the line. The sword essence of the Jiao sword furnace was so unscrupulous. She could clearly sense that fourth Mr. Jiao would rather lose his life to take back this sword. She wanted to live. She could not die together with fourth Mr. Jiao to fight for this sword. So in this moment, she lost this sword. The unimaginably red small sword proudly pierced out of the pale white ball of fire, dragging an enormous tail of flame as it flew into the distance towards fourth Mr. Jiao. That extremely terrifying power turned into a joke. It was as if it had turned into a leaky leather raft, dancing wildly in the air. The stars were bright, and the most beautiful fireworks bloomed in the sky. Ding Ning looked up at the blossoming fireworks. He was just a spectator, and did not need to face Zheng Xiu's sword. Under the fireworks, Zheng Xiu's expression was dim. She could not say that this battle was not fair. Because much of the power in this sword did not belong to her. Also, the failure of this sword was because she had not completely subdued this sword. What else? Ding Ning did not look at her. He looked up and asked quietly. The Spirit Spring Immortal Lotus was useless, and fourth Mr. Jiao had taken back the life bond sword that he had been forging for a long time. What else? If there was anything else, then he could only take it out this time. Ding Ning's calm words contained indescribable sarcasm, indescribable power, and pleasure. Because the hardest part about Zheng Xiu was that she always had a trump card. So what else was there now? Zheng Xiu looked coldly at the ground under her feet and did not respond. A bright pillar of starlight fell from the sky towards Ding Ning. At the same time, her body flashed backwards. Ding Ning attacked. The terrifying life-bond aura that had just come out of his body was like a real beast rushing out of his body. This was the first time he used the full power of the 9-death silkworm and the Great Punishment Sword. Terrifying swallowing sounds sounded in this part of the world. This invincible sword light seemed to be accompanied by countless invisible silkworms, completely devouring the yuan qi and even the silent starlight along the way. The sword light reached Zheng Xiu in a flash. Zheng Xiu's clothing was torn to pieces and turned to dust. Her perfect naked body was exposed to the cold air. Chapter 848. The primal energies of the universe tore restlessly and cut faint bloody marks on Zheng Xiu's porcelain-white skin. The other had seen her body before, and was even familiar with it. But in this situation, she only felt shame and anger. This was truly the removal of the last piece of cloth. No matter how noble a woman was, when the clothes on her body were gone, she was no different from an ordinary woman. This perfect body was reflected in Ding Ning's eyes. But he did not hesitate. He swung the Great Punishment Sword in front of him. A new power surged out of his body like a volcano as his feet stomped on the ground, and slammed out along the life-bond sword in his hand. Boom! There seemed to be an enormous mountain between him and Zheng Xiu that was shattered by him. Zheng Xiu let out a shrill cry, as a terrifying aura descended from the skies. 7 silvery stars appeared in front of her, unceasingly guiding the astral yuan qi descending from the skies. Yet these 7 silver stars could not stop the power of Ding Ning's blow. In the next instant, the 7 silver stars shattered and turned into countless silver rays. Pew! She spat out a mouthful of bloody mist. Her pure white body spun in the air, as fragile as a leaf in a wild wind. She could not hide any of her private parts, and her body was covered in specks of blood. Ding Ning's body broke through the wind, his right hand holding the Great Punishment Sword. The Great Punishment Sword was in front of him, and it broke through all the silver rays in front of him. He used the fingers of his left hand as a sword to guide the last flower remnant sword. This remnant sword burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit, blooming with countless fine white flowers. It had already arrived in front of Zheng Xiu before him. Zheng Xiu looked at the remnant sword that was stabbing towards her heart. The past appearance of the sword's master, Yang Xinlan, appeared in her mind. But in a moment, her eyes that had been filled with humiliation and anger became emotionless again. A layer of soft light rippled on the surface of her body. The remnant sword stabbed between her breasts, but was stopped by this layer of soft light. Her body seemed to grow lighter. She was pushed by the sword energy of this sword and flew backwards at an even faster speed. However, whether it was the farmhouses or the trees along the way, they were all shattered by her smooth back. Her body seemed to be glued to this broken sword. The power of this broken sword continuously seeped out from behind her body. Ding Ning knew why there was such an abnormality. This was the bright and clean body of the Lingshu sword gate. It was the most powerful Dharma access in the world for diverting and borrowing force. In a sense, it was even more powerful than his stone-grinding sword manual. But before this, the Lingshu sword gate had existed for more than a dozen generations, and there had not been any talented cultivators who could comprehend and use this method. Who would have thought that this method would appear on Zheng Xiu? In terms of talent, even Ding Ning himself might not be able to surpass Zheng Xiu. She was the genius that Jiaodong Commandery had waited hundreds of years for. In the end, they had placed everything on her. However, in Ding Ning's eyes, this seemingly indestructible bright sword was absolutely useless. He only used brute force to break through. There was another great boom in the world. The Great Punishment Sword in his hand carried all the power in his body and hit the hilt of the last flower remnant sword hard. It was as if a giant hammer had struck the nail in Zheng Xiu's chest. When the power was not on the same level, any method lost its meaning. The remnant sword advanced another inch. Just an inch, it pierced through the soft light outside Zheng Xiu's body. The rough and uneven blade stabbed into the flesh between Zheng Xiu's breasts. A thread of blood flowed down her porcelain skin. That ruthless sword intent had already penetrated her body. Ding Ning's body was affected by the strong recoil and paused slightly in the air. Even with such an overwhelming advantage, the power that Zheng Xiu displayed still surpassed his expectations. But what could change the final result? Unless she could reach Realm 8 in this battle. The earlier chase and the use of the spirit lotus seeds had already caused her body's functions to deteriorate. With the addition of this sword strike, she could not instantly break through to Realm 8. Yet even at this time, Ding Ning still maintained great wariness. He understood Zheng Xiu better than anyone. He felt that Zheng Xiu had not given up hope. He sensed that Zheng Xiu still had one last weapon that she had not used. And he was going to squeeze this last thing out of Zheng Xiu. Zheng Xiu's body fell heavily to the ground. More wounds appeared on her body, and more blood flowed out. She was very tired and sleepy. Even more importantly, she did not even have clothes to cover her body. Her sorry state could not be concealed. Yet at this time, she still looked up coldly at Ding Ning and said, "Do you know why I supported you in building those turrets in Changling back then? Why, after Mo Shouqing died, I spent astounding amounts of manpower and resources to build Changling's walls?" Ding Ning frowned slightly and did not answer. Zheng Xiu looked at him and shook her head. "I did not fear that Changling would become a battlefield. The later walls were not for defense, but for a possible situation like today. It was so that I could return to Changling under such circumstances." When she said this, a broken sound came from her mouth. One of her teeth had shattered. At the center of the tooth was a small crystal pillar, a formation pivot carved with seal scripts hard to see with the naked eye. The moment her teeth shattered, the crystal pillar started to turn to powder and disintegrate. The thin yuan qi seemed to have returned to the starry sky. It instantly resonated with several stars in the starry sky. In the distant Changling, all the turrets started to shake. On the turrets, all the formation masters saw in shock that all the formations started to operate on their own in a way they had never encountered and could not understand. Rays of light shot into the sky from the top of the turrets. The new walls around Changling gave off an unusual presence and formed an enormous formation with these rays of light. Other than your own power, what is the meaning in using your last resort to return to Changling? Ding Ning looked calmly at Zheng Xiu and asked. The moment his voice sounded, Zheng Xiu's energy sea gave off an enormous sound of collapse. The smooth skin of her lower abdomen started to spin strangely like a whirlpool. Deep in her energy sea, the Jade Palace shattered and collapsed. This meant that her cultivation was almost completely crippled. Countless resplendent starlight surged from her body and shot straight up into the boundless sky, bringing her body up into the air. In this moment, she seemed to turn into a star and fly into the sea of stars. Until the very end, no cultivator would be willing to abandon their cultivation and flee. But Ding Ning did not want to see her disappear from his sight and flee. He had not immediately attacked because he had been channeling all the vital energy and energy he could use. He attacked at this time. Chapter 849. This was the strongest attack he had used since his fight with Zheng Xiu. It was also his strongest attack up until now. When his sword essence started to form, and the power summoned from the world started to form true killing intent, many grandmasters in the world sensed it. Including Bai Shanshui in the distant Chu. Including 4th Mr. Zhao who had just put away his life-bond sword. These two grandmasters sensed it at the same time. They could not help but think, who in the world could withstand such a blow? Their thoughts represented the thoughts of all the grandmasters who sensed it. This kind of killing intent made even the grandmasters who were far away feel awe and inexplicable palpitations. In their view, the appearance of this sword meant the end of Ding Ning and Zheng Xiu's battle. Ding Ning's great punishment sword rose towards the endless stars. The ground in front of him silently split open. A wave of nether energy from the depths of the earth erupted from the split earth, bringing with it countless grains of black sand. It was like a door to hell had opened and was waiting for Zheng Xiu's arrival. An incomparably huge sword shadow rose from the ground and swept towards Zheng Xiu, who had already flown into the air. Zheng Xiu gave a muffled grunt. The starlight around her shook violently. The starlight coming from the endless void became blinding in this moment, forming a pillar of light hundreds of feet wide. Under the extreme light, Ding Ning's sword shadow appeared even more nether and dark. The starlight cracked like chains. The broken starlight did not scatter, but wildly danced around the pillar of light like broken chains. In Changling, the turrets and walls connected to the stars in the sky, and the starlight around Zheng Xiu started to shake violently. The dust between the eaves and the cracks in the walls started to fall like snow. Most people in Changling did not know what was happening at this time. Under their terrified gazes, the newly built walls were the first to be unable to withstand the energy vibrations and started to show cracks. These cracks made terrifying sounds as they spread on the walls at astounding speed. Then rocks fell from the cracks, and then even larger rocks. The walls started to collapse section by section. Then the turrets started to crack. The formation at the center of the turret began to collapse. Starlight overflowed and flowed out of the formation like flowing water, seeping out of the walls through the cracks of the turret. All the turrets in Changling were lit up by this terrifying light. Ding Ning's hands were extremely steady. Even though the skin on his hands started to crack and blood flowed from his wrists into his sleeves, the nether sword essence from his great punishment sword continued to advance steadily. Countless broken starlight chains lashed out at the giant netherworld sword shadow. In the center of the starlight beam, Zheng Xiu, who felt this resolute cutting intent, suddenly screamed crazily. She had already used all her means. For the first time since she walked out of Jiaodong Commandery and entered Changling, she could not control her fate and life. She was like a helpless fish on the chopping board, and could only be decided by Changling's formation and Ding Ning's sword. She was well aware of the power of those arrays, but she could not imagine that Ding Ning's sword was still advancing, and was still breaking through the enormous power that enveloped her. Ding Ning's body was thrown back. This was an indescribable resistance. In his perception, the immense pressure of this formation seemed to be able to completely crush his body in the next moment. However, at this moment, he also let out a fierce howl. As he shouted, the great punishment sword in his hand turned from a slash to a stab. The vital energy that had been compressed in his body turned into the sharpest sword energy in the world, and shot out from the tip of the great punishment sword. The glowing sword energy was squeezed into droplets and then quickly solidified. Crack! This sword energy broke, but it had pierced through the layers of starlight and broke inside the pillar of light. This sword energy spun in front of Zheng Xiu and passed by her. At the same time, Ding Ning's left hand pointed into the sky. The remaining power in his body gathered in the last flower remnant sword along his finger. The last flower remnant sword exploded with a boom, and a section of the sword hilt split open. This remnant small sword carried a mad presence, and an indescribable presence of mutual destruction. It passed through the closing starlight crack and stabbed towards Zheng Xiu's heart meridian. There was a crack. Blood sprayed out from the tip of the sword. This remnant sword was bathed in blood, and even the fine white flowers on the blade appeared unusually beautiful. Zheng Xiu's figure faded into the sky at this moment. There was the afterimage of a jade-white palm between the blades. The palm was penetrated and cut open. This scene stopped in Ding Ning's eyes for a moment and then disappeared. All the starlight falling from the sky disappeared in this moment. The chain-like starlight shattered one after another, turning into countless resplendent specks of light that drifted between the heavens and the earth like silver dust. Zheng Xiu's afterimage also scattered into the silver fragments that filled the sky. It gave people the feeling that she had transformed into countless silver fragments and disappeared from this world. Her yuan qi returned to the starry sky. Ding Ning slowly put away the great punishment sword. He was out of power. He knew that Zheng Xiu had not been killed by his sword. The starlight disappeared. Zheng Xiu's naked body was pulled into the sky where cultivators could not reach. Her porcelain white skin was swallowed by the cold and extinguishing star energy to turn blue-gray, and then covered in a layer of dark frost. In the next moment, she fell into endless darkness, and floated down the energy passageway to the ground. She did fall into the Qin realm. Yet she knew that the loss of control of the formation had not allowed her to return to Changling. The only fortunate thing was that she was still alive. When she regained consciousness, she felt her body was extremely cold. She was lying in the mud of the wilderness. In her somewhat blurred vision, she saw countless black tornadoes and countless streams of fire formed from star energy, moving in all directions like giant dragons. The primal energies of the universe in the clouds were disturbed and gave off waves of thunder. She immediately felt lucky. Then she suddenly felt an excessive coldness on her left cheek, colder than any other part of her body. This kind of coldness went deep into her bones on her face and into her senses. She raised her hand with difficulty and subconsciously placed it there. But what she touched was not cold. It was hot and wet. Boiling hot blood flowed down from the wound, but it was quickly frozen by the cold aura around him. But where her fingers touched, flesh and blood were missing, and only bones were left. Her breathing suddenly stopped. She was like a puppet that had been frozen. Her fingers were completely stiff on the bones that she touched and did not move for a long time. At this time, she did not notice that there was a sword wound on the palm of her other hand that had not been raised, almost splitting her entire palm. Chapter 850. Ding Ning sat down. The vast amounts of vital energy in his body had been used up. Just like how an elephant had a harder time getting up after falling to the ground than a small beast, the stronger the power in his body, the more tired and powerless he felt when he was empty. He was so tired that even his bones had an indescribable feeling. Yet he knew that Zheng Xiu would feel worse than him. His last sword strike was a satisfying one, and it had cut off all his anger and resentment. Therefore, his mood at this moment was exceptionally carefree, as all the haze had been removed from his mind. The roar of the soaring snake came from the sky. A female cultivator appeared behind Ding Ning. She was the young master of the Chen country, Ji Qingqing. Many people had come with the soaring snake, but even Zhongsun Qianxue and Qing Yaoyin deliberately fell a step behind. Is she dead? Ji Qingqing was a little perplexed as she asked with a strange expression. No. Ding Ning looked at her and smiled. He shook his head and said, but I fulfilled my promise to you and cut her face. She is definitely more seriously wounded than you were back then. Also, those spirit lotus seeds are useless to her. Ji Qingqing's body trembled slightly. She was silent for a long time and then slowly said, that is good. Then she held the umbrella and released her vital energy to help Ding Ning block the cold energy. Like a true attendant, she waited at the side for the others to arrive. Ding Ning had fulfilled his promise to her, so she followed the agreement in her heart. Before the grievances between the Basin Kendo ground and Yuanwu were completely resolved, she would become Ding Ning's attendant. Zheng Xiu finally started to feel pain. Her body started to let her feel pain. Not just the wounds on her face, the enormous wound on her left hand, and the skin and flesh all over her body were in great pain. Although she was able to control the astral Yuan Qi, the astral Yuan Qi wasn't something that belonged to this world. Her control over the astral Yuan Qi was akin to playing with fire when she was young. When the intensity of the fire was within her control, she would feel warmth. But when the intensity of the fire was out of her control, it would ignite her clothes and burn her body. This was akin to torture. The star energy she had accumulated for many years in the formation she had set up in Changling had formed a star bridge that allowed her to rise into the sky. Even though it had been cut apart by Ding Ning in the end, she had still managed to escape and land safely. But the exceptionally powerful star energy was out of her control. The star energy that had entered her body was like the burning she had felt when she was young. The jade palace in her energy sea was shattered, and her cultivation was crippled. She could not resist the pain caused by the energy's corrosion. More importantly, her body had already developed a resistance to the world's best healing medicine, the Spirit Spring Immortal Lotus Seed. Even if she had the Spirit Lotus Seed in her hands, she would not be able to heal. Also, she was naked right now, and did not even have a piece of cloth to bandage her wounds. She looked at her left hand that was almost split in half. Her lips started to tremble, and her good right hand started to tremble. Then she gritted her teeth and pulled off dozens of dried grass. Using her teeth and right hand, she twisted them into a rope and tied her left hand. Then she used all her power to stand up. She felt countless needles stabbing into her bones from the bottom of her feet. Her legs started to tremble. She saw her skin was like leather that had failed to be tanned, covered in blue-black festering wounds. Some blood vessels appeared on her skin as though they would scramble to burrow out of her skin in the next breath. The places on her body that had once made all women in the world extremely beautiful could be described as tragic. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer and let out a shrill roar like that of a wounded beast. No one noticed. This was a wilderness far from Changling. Because she had started to recruit soldiers last spring, all the counties of the Qin dynasty lacked enough labor. Many of the original farmlands were barren and covered in weeds. Many places in the Qin had not snowed yet. This wilderness was the same. The long grass was yellow and frozen by the cold energy. It looked even more miserable. In her sight, there was only a village in the distance to the left. Her howl caused the dogs in the village to bark. A long time later, Zheng Xiu started to walk towards the village. Her knees were very soft. She even felt that her legs were as soft as the noodles of Changling. The distance that usually did not count as distance to her became extremely far. After an unknown amount of time, she finally entered the village. Her feet and legs were cut by the weeds and brambles. The smell of fresh blood and her heavy panting attracted the attention of the Shiba Inu dogs in the village. A few dogs jumped out from under the eaves or behind the corners of the house and rushed toward her. However, before they could even get close, these dogs could already smell danger. They could feel the aura of star origin qi rippling from her body. These dogs immediately tucked their tails, whimpered and ran away. She walked to a pear tree in front of a courtyard. There were some women's clothes hanging there. But perhaps because of the dog's strange howls, or because her footsteps and breathing were too heavy, before her hand touched the coarse cloth, the door to the courtyard opened with a creak. A woman who was still holding some vegetables in her hand walked out. When she saw Zheng Xiu's face, the woman took a step back in fear. She opened her mouth to scream. At this time, Zheng Xiu instinctively reached out with her hands. In her subconscious, this woman would be killed by her in the next moment. She did not want this woman to scream, and did not want anyone who saw her like this to live. But there was a soft sound in the air in front of her hands, and the power only brushed the hair in front of the woman's forehead. The woman's scream exploded in the air. In the next moment, Zheng Xiu was in front of her and grabbed her throat. Zheng Xiu's mind was blank. Her hands were constantly exerting strength, but this was her weakest moment. There was no new power in her body. Her body was so weak she almost leaned against the woman's chest. The woman's face turned purple and she could not make a sound. Many shouts and angry shouts sounded in the surrounding courtyards. Where did this crazy woman come from? There was a bang, followed by an angry curse. Zheng Xiu was knocked to the ground by a piece of dry wood. The light in front of her eyes disappeared and the world started to darken. The woman, who was still in shock, began to cry in fear. There were sounds of disdain. Zheng Xiu could not see clearly. In her remaining consciousness, she seemed to have been kicked twice. Then she curled up and seemed to have been dragged to a nearby pile of wood. After a long time, someone took pity on her and took an old garment to cover her. Sinful, how could you be so crazy and end up like this? This was the voice of an old woman. Zheng Xiu's body trembled. She was like a crazy woman and beggar, curling up under the old garment. Chapter 851. As the sun was about to rise, Zheng Xiu smelled the scent of smoke. The people in the village had already started their day of work. In her daze, she heard footsteps. She quickly became alert, and her mind cleared. An old woman sighed as she walked over, carrying a crude porcelain bowl. The bowl was filled with steaming red noodle soup with chopped green onions and sesame oil floating on top. Zheng Xiu put on her clothes and sat up. She started to eat the noodles. When she finished all the noodles in the bowl and drank the noodle soup, her body started to warm up, and her limbs started to gain strength. "I pardon you," she said to the old woman who had come back to collect the bowl. "What nonsense are you spouting? You have sinned." The old woman shook her head. Looking at this crazy woman, she felt pity. She could not help but want to take off those thick clothes and old quilts to prevent this crazy woman from freezing to death. But Zheng Xiu had already stood up. Under the old woman's shocked gaze, Zheng Xiu walked to the place where she had been knocked down yesterday. She took off a large robe that had been hanging out to dry and put it on. Then she stuck a bamboo pole used to dry clothes into the ground and broke it with one hand. The crisp sound of the bamboo pole breaking was ear-piercing in this morning. The woman from yesterday quickly walked out of the yard. Seeing Zheng Xiu holding a broken bamboo pole, the woman's eyes widened in terror. But she was not able to make a sound. Because the broken bamboo pole in Zheng Xiu's hand had pierced her throat. Even without the support of vital energy, Zheng Xiu was still a grandmaster in other aspects. Other than power, this strike was still beyond the reach of most cultivators in the world in many aspects. The bamboo pole that had just been broken was blunt, and had many cuts of different lengths. Therefore, the wound on the woman's throat was very terrifying. Blood spurted out from the wound with a sizzling sound. A shrill cry of surprise rang out. The one who had shouted was the old woman holding the bowl of noodles. The entire village was awakened by the old woman's scream. More shouts and angry shouts sounded. But Zheng Xiu, who was covered in blood, did not show any emotion. She woodenly turned around, and the bamboo pole in her hand pierced the throat of a man who had jumped behind her. The sound of blood gushing out along with the airflow was heard again. More and more people with all kinds of farming tools rushed over. Some people threw stones at her from afar. But when she started to move, nothing could land on her body. The bamboo threads on the blunt end of the bamboo pole in her hand had been ground flat by the flesh and blood. Everyone in her line of sight had fallen into a pool of blood, except for the old woman. "I said I would pardon you for your disrespect." She looked at the old woman who was already speechless and said softly, "Crazy woman. You son of a b*tch. The old woman suddenly cried and threw the bowl in her hand at Zheng Xiu. Then, she rushed toward Zheng Xiu. For some reason, Zheng Xiu did not dodge this time. The bowl smashed onto her body and shattered into pieces. She was slightly dazed for a moment, but the bamboo pole in her hand still flew out and pierced the old woman's throat. "I have already pardoned you, but you do not want to," she said to the old woman's corpse. Smelling the scent of food, she walked into a farmhouse, drank a bowl of noodle soup, and ate a dry film. Then she changed into clean clothing, bandaged the wound on her hand, and walked out of the village. When the wounds in her body did not worsen, when her vital energy could not recover, but her strength recovered, Zheng Xiu's mind grew clear. She thought of a person. She felt that this person might be able to help her recover her strength in a different way, or in other words, allow her to recover her ability to cultivate. A long time after she left the village, many farmers who had returned from the distant fields found the terrible state of the village and screamed at the top of their lungs. A group of Qin dynasty cavalry quickly arrived. These soldiers were shocked by the terrible state. They furiously started to search, but did not expect that this was done by the mistress of Changling. Zheng Xiu identified the direction. When the sky grew dark, she came to a small town. She covered her face. Taking advantage of the darkness, she snuck into the home of a rich merchant, easily assassinated everyone in the house, and threw their corpses into the well. Then she ate dinner, washed her body, and changed into a warm fur robe. She wrote a secret letter and went out in the night. In front of a seemingly ordinary farmer's house, she placed this secret letter under a dilapidated statue of a god of earth. Then, she slightly moved a few inconspicuous stones in front of the statue. Then she returned to the rich merchant's home and started to wait. Jiaodong Commandery was lost, and even her cultivation was lost. But close to Changling, the methods Jiaodong Commandery used to send messages were still there, and the spies loyal to her were still there. Her secret letter would quickly be sent out. In the end, her intentions would reach Su Qin, who was important in the Qi dynasty right now. She didn't know how strong Su Qin was at this time. But she knew that Su Qin was an extremely greedy cub. She believed that Su Qin would accept her deal. She told Su Qin about the Starfire Sword and some of the special cultivation methods of Jiaodong Commandery, and Su Qin told her about the yin and ghost methods she needed. Her body could not endure normal cultivation methods, but the yin and ghost methods of the Qi dynasty might be able to turn her body into a monster that walked the border between life and death. She felt that with her talent and methods, she would be able to slowly recover her strength. However, these were all her best fantasies. She overlooked a person who had once grasped many methods of Jiaodong Commandery. And this person was now with Hu Hai. This was an avenger who was willing to give up his cultivation and change his appearance. Now, he did not just know some of the channels of Jiaodong Commandery, he also knew many of the channels to send messages in Changling. So the contents of Zheng Xiu's secret letter did not quickly reach Su Qin's hands as she intended, but this person knew immediately. This person easily knew where she was after escaping from the Yang territory. From the news from the Yang territory, and even the contents of the secret letter, he could easily infer Zheng Xiu's present situation. In the imperial palace of the Qin dynasty, Zhao Jiao started to bathe and change clothes. He solemnly changed into new robes. Then he left the imperial palace, and rode a carriage with some death soldiers who could kill Zheng Xiu to where she was. At this time, in the eyes of everyone in the imperial palace, he was just a medical official. While he started to have some power because of Hu Hai and his own methods, he was not a cultivator. But today, what puzzled the men of sacrifice following him was that he had also brought a sword with him. Only Zhao Jiao knew. He finally waited for the time. He would personally kill this demon that came out of Jiaodong Commandery. Chapter 852. Changling was in chaos. More than half of the giant turrets had collapsed that night. Even the newly built city walls had collapsed in many places. The Yuanwu emperor was in Guanzhong. The main forces of the Qin dynasty were chasing the retreating Yang and Qi armies. Zhao Jiao had left the imperial palace in an ordinary carriage. No powerful people would care about the movements of a medical official. Except for one person. A similarly ordinary carriage arrived next to Zhao Gao's carriage. Sitting in this carriage was Chief Inspector Chen of the Astrology Bureau. The ordinary carriage, because of his existence, was filled with an indescribable gloomy aura, as if there were countless invisible moss growing in the air. "What do you want to do?" Chief Inspector Chen asked directly. "Can you ensure that no one knows you are leaving Changling? If you cannot, do not follow me," Zhao Jiao answered. Chief Inspector Chen frowned and said, "In present Changling, very few people will leave the Astrology Bureau without knowing. But when people of the Astrology Bureau leave, very few people will know. As for me, if I want to leave, no one will know." Zhao Jiao said simply, "Then follow." Chief Inspector Chen did not ask more. When they left Changling and passed through the countryside along the Wei River, Zhao Jiao said, "Kill Zheng Xiu." When vital energy disappeared from the body, all bodily functions would weaken, including perception. Zheng Xiu's perception weakened greatly. When she sensed the aura of some cultivators, the sound of footsteps could already be heard outside her bedroom. The presence closest to her was very familiar to her. Her breathing started to become uneven. The whole world seemed to have turned dark, and moss seemed to be growing between her chest and lungs. The door easily disappeared. It seemed to decay and turn to dust. Zheng Xiu sat up from the bed. She looked at Chief Inspector Chen at the door and finally confirmed that her perception was not wrong. She did not know what to do. She had never thought that the person who appeared here was the bureau chief of the Astrology Bureau. When Chief Inspector Chen saw her for the first time, his heart also shook violently. He looked at the terrifying wounds on her face, and her discolored skin. He had never thought that the high and mighty mistress of Changling would one day become like this. Zhao Gao's perception had deteriorated even more than Zheng Xiu's, and his body had gradually become not much different from an ordinary person's. He only followed after Chief Inspector Chen locked onto this courtyard. However, when he walked past the well, He still smelled the scent of blood and sensed the corpses in the well. Thinking about the information he had received along the way, he knew that the village that had been massacred must have something to do with Zheng Xiu. What about his real family? Had he been killed so carelessly by the people of Jiaodong Commandery? Without any pity, it was as if he was casually stepping on some ants on the road. Is human life really so worthless in your eyes? He walked to Chief Inspector Chen's side, looked at his former mistress, and asked. Zheng Xiu looked at him. She took a long time to remember that this person seemed to be the doctor who had treated Hu Hai. She did not understand why the other party would follow Bureau Chief Chen to her, and why he would say such a thing. Who are you? She could not help but ask. You should know me, but you did not recognize me. Zhao Jiao bowed to her. He had made this bow countless times in front of her. It's you. Zheng Xiu finally remembered who he was, and her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Zhao Jiao straightened his body. He slowly said, Now, it is time for you to pay the debt you owe me. Zheng Xiu's face paled. In this moment, she was angry, but in the next moment, she was terrified. She turned to look at Chief Inspector Chen and suddenly laughed harshly. Why are you doing this? Do I have a grudge against you? Because of Yi Xileng. Chief Inspector Chen was silent for a moment and then said, at the beginning, it was because of her, then because of Mo Shouqing, because of Huang Jinwei, and myself. Betrayed. You all betrayed. All of Changling betrayed, but I did not know. Zheng Xiu suddenly laughed crazily. Looking at this crazy woman who could not be connected to that cold mistress, Chief Inspector Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, You should now understand how Wang Jingmeng felt back then. A bright sword light shone. Zhao Jiao unsheathed his sword and stabbed at her. His cultivation in the past could not compare to Zheng Xiu, but he had once been a powerful cultivator, and he had not been wounded. Zheng Xiu would have had a hard time blocking his attack. Especially at this time, Zheng Xiu's mind was in turmoil. There was a soft sound. This sword pierced through Zheng Xiu's abdomen, and caused her body to arch backwards. Blood gushed out of the grooves on the sword, rushed to Zhao Gao's hand, and then dyed half of his body red. Zheng Xiu screamed. But she could not die. Because Zhao Jiao did not want her to die so easily, his attack had avoided her vitals. Zhao Gao's left hand reached out and grabbed Zheng Xiu's throat. Zheng Xiu could not even scream, her body curled and spasmed. She was like a dog right now. There was no pity in Zhao Gao's eyes. He thought of his family. Maybe they had been killed like dogs in the past. And now, he was going to kill Zheng Xiu like a dog. He pulled out the sword in Zheng Xiu's body, and was going to cut down again. Ding Ning helped you. Take revenge. You do not want to help him? At this time, Zheng Xiu suddenly stopped struggling, and laughed crazily, squeezing out the words from her throat. Zhao Jiao stopped, and released his grip on Zheng Xiu. Zheng Xiu's eyes were already a little unfocused, but her crazy smile only grew stronger. Yuanwu and I once used some people he cared about to force him into Changling. You can keep me alive, and force Yuanwu to make some exchanges. Her voice was very clear at this time. I want to see what Yuanwu will do. Zhao Jiao grew silent. He did not want to delay any longer. But he agreed to Zheng Xiu's request. He threw down the sword in his hand. Since you want to be sure that you made the wrong choice between Yuanwu and Wang Jingmeng back then, since you want to feel despair about this world again, then I will fulfill your wish. He sneered, and then started to bandage Zheng Xiu's wounds. He was a medical officer now. He could ensure that Zheng Xiu would not die, but he could also ensure that Zheng Xiu would never become a cultivator again. He was even more certain that when Zheng Xiu truly died, it would be more painful than now. Chapter 853. Ding Ning was still in the Yang territory. When he received a secret letter from Qin Jing, the person sitting across from him was Xie Changsheng. Ever since the Yang and Qi went against his wishes to attack the Qin, Ding Ning did not want to interfere in the war between the Yang, Qi, and Qin. As to killing Yi Xinhe, dealing with the Nether Float Fleet, and chasing Zheng Xiu, this was Ding Ning resolving his own grievances, and not interfering in the war between the Yang and Qin. Of course, This unknowingly helped the Yang. Otherwise, the terracotta soldiers of the nether floats would wreak havoc in the Yang territory. The Yang army, who had already been retreating in the Qin lands, would have been utterly defeated. Even so, the Yang territory was in chaos right now. It was just slightly better than when the imperial city of the Chu had been taken. For a merchant like Xie Changsheng, the more chaotic it was, the more chances there were to make a profit. Compared to when he was studying in Changling, the present Xie Changsheng was extremely low-key. He traveled in the Chu and Yang lands. In order to distance himself from Guanzhong, he even pretended that he was a descendant of the former Chen imperial family and changed his name to Chen Sheng. The power he possessed now was not in proportion to his low-key behavior. Right now, in the Chu and Yang lands, the one with the most military power was most likely not any general or marquis of the Yang or Chu, but him. Such a prodigal and such a speed of growth made Ding Ning sigh with emotion. What made him even more emotional was that Xie Changsheng's conduct had not changed. The tea in front of Xie Changsheng and him was the old tree silver needle tea that the Yang produced in a year. Also, it was old tea that had been aged for 10 years and tasted at its best. There were 2 small dots to go with the tea. One was the Yang North Gu East Golden Thread Blood Swallow's Nest that only the Yang imperial family had the chance to enjoy. The other was the 5-spice jerky from the Yang capital. That's not just comparable to a household's endowment. Facing Ding Ning's teasing, Xie Changsheng smiled disdainfully. I eat the exquisite, not the price. It is better to give these things to me than to other people. Luxury is the same in my eyes. They are just 2 dots. It is better for me to eat them than those nouveau riche. Ding Ning could not help but laugh at this. When he opened the secret letter in his hand, he couldn't help but smile emotionally. What is it? Xie Changsheng felt that his smile was a bit strange. He couldn't help but frown, put down the teacup in his hand and asked. Ding Ning did not answer his question immediately. Instead, he asked softly, do you believe in karma? Businessmen only believe in interest. Xie Changsheng sneered. Zheng Xiu still couldn't escape. Ding Ning took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She fell into Zhao Gao's hands. That's very satisfying. Xie Changsheng stilled slightly and said with slight disdain, you made Changling seem like it was the end of the world. I had not expected you to not be able to escape in the end and waste your efforts. Ding Ning was a little emotional. He said seriously, I thought that with her temperament, she would try to hide and not come out. Even if her cultivation was completely destroyed, she would definitely find a way to cultivate again. I didn't expect that she would fall into Zhao Gao's hands so quickly. Xie Changsheng put away his smile and looked seriously at him. He asked, she is dead. Ding Ning shook his head and said coolly, she has one last request. She wants to see Yuanwu's intentions. What is there to see about someone like Yuanwu's intentions? Xie Changsheng raised an eyebrow and said with his usual poisonous tongue, does she want to disgust herself, or deliberately disgust Yuanwu? Regardless, this is a good show for me. Back then, Yuanwu used despicable methods to force you into the city. Now, let's see how he, as a husband, treats his captured wife. Seeing Ding Ning remain silent, Xie Changsheng asked, since you have Zheng Xiu, what conditions are you prepared to give Yuanwu? Ding Ning raised his head and drank the golden thread blood swallow's nest in the jade bowl. Then he said calmly, if the conditions are too great, people will think that we are purposely making things difficult. We will only make a small request and see if Yuanwu is willing. Xie Changsheng looked helplessly at him. You are still like falling parasol. Can't you just say what you want to say? I am not in a hurry. Ding Ning smiled slightly and pointed at the old tea boiling on the red mud stove. He said, if you are impatient, you will not be able to drink good soup. I have waited for more than a decade. I have to think clearly. I feel that the sword formation under Shu Fu is not bad. Xie Changsheng was not restrained at all because of Ding Ning's change in status. He could not help but mock, Yi Xinhe is finished, the nether float fleet is finished, the terracotta soldiers are finished, Zheng Xiu's cultivation is crippled. Right now, to you and the Basin Kendo ground, the only threats are Shu Fu's sword formation of boys and girls, Yuanwu, and your heaven-defying senior sect brother Su Qin. Shu Fu's cultivation is not a secret and is not a threat to you. What you want to deal with the most is this sword formation. Why are you still trying to be mysterious? Ding Ning could not help but laugh. Businessmen are good at everything, but they are too smart and not reserved. It is hard to chat with them. Straightforwardness is a good thing, but it is easy to appear too rich and not elegant enough. I am not a grandmaster, Xie Changsheng said disdainfully. I only know how to go with the flow. In my view, this is the best time to open a path between Jiaodong Commandery and Yang, Qi, and Chu. To be able to go with the flow and grasp the situation, you are a true grandmaster. Ding Ning looked at Xie Changsheng and said softly, right now, the Qin army is chasing the Yang and Qi armies. The three armies cannot attend to Jiaodong Commandery and Chu. The Nether Float fleet has been destroyed, and cannot cover the retreat or attack Jiaodong Commandery when our main forces leave Jiaodong Commandery. This is the best time to control all of Chu. Lin Zhujiu will join forces with you. First kill Yi Xinhe, and then lure out Zheng Xiu and the Nether Float fleet. Destroy the Nether Float fleet and the Terracotta army, and remove the threat of a surprise attack. Then Jiaodong will send troops to take back Chu. Next, destroy Shu Fu's sword formation. Ding Ning, your chess pieces look messy, but each step is tightly connected. Then after you destroy Shu Fu's sword formation, can you take Changling directly? Xie Changsheng thought clearly now, and was full of admiration. Did you not say that there is also my great senior sect brother who is a threat to us? Ding Ning looked at him, and then at the secret letter in his hand, and smiled meaningfully. It seems that I did not say anything about him. Xie Changsheng stilled slightly and then smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that he will have nothing to do with us soon. It is really shocking that a senior sect brother of White Goat Cave can stand in such a position so quickly. Ding Ning looked at him and said, but he is not the only senior sect brother of White Goat Cave that surprises me. Xie Changsheng's mouth twitched as he continued, not to mention your senior sect brother Zhong Yi is a true gentleman. He can persuade people to do good. It's not bad to let him do the right thing. I'm just afraid that he will be wishy-washy and not Su Qin's match. Chapter 854. Hearing Xie Changsheng's words, Ding Ning smiled and said, do you want to make a bet? You think I am an idiot? Xie Changsheng immediately shook his head. Even Zheng Xiu could not beat you in a bet, and I bet with you. While he was arrogant, he knew his limits. Zheng Xiu had lost miserably, but he could not deny that she was a rare hero in history, and he could not compare to her. Also, Zheng Xiu had only lost miserably after defeating Wang Jingmeng in the past. Of course, he did not feel that he could win against Zheng Xiu. Then I will wait for the show to start. Xie Changsheng looked at the snowy plains of Yang and sighed before leaving. I am really as lonely as the snow. Spending money casually changed the situation of the world, and was recorded in the history books. Stop putting on airs and blowing your own trumpet. Ding Ning was angry and amused at the same time. He casually rolled up a stream of snow and threw him out, causing him to somersault heavily. The history books will record that I am the only one who could withstand a blow from Wang Jingmeng and not be wounded at all. Xie Changsheng ate a mouthful of snow but did not look back. He snickered and waved his hand at Ding Ning. Ding Ning looked at his back and put away his smile. Jing Liuli's figure appeared in his mind. Xie Changsheng and the young geniuses he was familiar with, no matter how unruly they were, always followed the rules of the world. But Jing Liuli was not the same. As long as she did what she thought was right, she would not care about any rules. This was what he was truly worried about. Many years ago in Changling, he was not good at judging people. But after being in the darkness for many years and being reborn, he was very good at judging people. His intuition was also very accurate. At this time, Jing Liuli, who he was worried about, was under a peach tree. In the winter, the peach tree had already withered to the point that not a single leaf was left. However, this peach tree was very old and very large. Furthermore, it was situated beside a quiet little lake. Yet, it still had a kind of simple and magnificent scenery. Her injuries had yet to recover. She was wearing a thick cotton gown, and her face was a little blue from the cold. She didn't look much different from those ordinary girls with weak bodies. Dugu Bai looked at Jing Liuli under the peach tree. He did not understand what Jing Liuli was thinking. Behind him was a bamboo building, small and exquisite. All of the items were very particular, including the iron pot he was using to cook the porridge, which came from outside Yin Mountain. The silver spoon used to stir the porridge came from the Chu Territory's workshop, Heavenly Craftsman residence. This workshop had nothing to do with the war. Everything it produced was useless for cultivators, but useful for the daily necessities of nobles. For example, the runes engraved on the silver spoon would naturally release some yuan qi. This vital energy would cause the kanji to boil more evenly, making it harder for the rice grains to break, and making the kanji more fragrant and clear. The porridge had just boiled, and the silver spoon had just been put in, when a terrifying killing intent suddenly surged from the peach forest on the side of the lake. Dugu Bai was not unfamiliar with this killing intent. It came from the female assassin who followed Li Sai, Mu Hongyang. In the past few weeks, it was because of this terrifying assassin that he and Jing Liuli had survived. Even those famous grandmasters in the world were not a match for this female assassin. But today, the killing intent disappeared in an instant, clearly out of fear, and silently hiding in the forest. Assassins were different from death warriors and attendants. When they sensed an opponent they could not defeat, what they did was not sacrifice their lives, but hide, flee, and search for another chance to assassinate. But who could make someone like Mu Hongyang lose confidence in an instant? Dugu Bai turned around in shock. Then he saw two figures. A man dressed in ordinary coarse cloth robes, and a young cultivator following behind him like a shadow. Dugu Bai's breathing immediately stopped. He had received the answer. The Yuanwu emperor walked out of the peach forest. Huang Jinwei walked in the same pace as him in the shadow behind him. The Yuanwu emperor looked at the frozen Dugu Bai, but his expression did not change. He said softly, "The people of the Dugu Marquessate establishment are not ordinary people." Jing Liuli, who had been looking at the calm lake, stood up. She shook her hand hard to get rid of the coldness on her body. Then she looked up at Yuanwu, who was much taller than her, and asked, "Why do you want to see me?" Hearing her words, Dugu Bai's relaxed hands suddenly stiffened, and his heart sank. The Yuanwu emperor did not immediately answer her. He turned to look at where Mu Hongyan's killing intent had suddenly appeared and then disappeared. He said, "Minister Li's subordinates have all followed you. I think it is because you want to complete what Minister Li wants to do." Jing Liuli said with slight disdain, "Of Minister Li's subordinates, only she has followed me. Of course, only she counts as Minister Li's true subordinate. She alone is enough." Yuanwu smiled faintly. His finger moved slightly, and a white light fell towards Jing Liuli. When the white light landed in Jing Liuli's hand, the spirit energy rippled. It was a clear spirit spring immortal lotus seed. Originally, this Lonely One's empress gave Shu Fu a spirit lotus seed, but this Lonely One did not give it to Shu Fu. Now, Shu Fu thinks that this spirit lotus seed is more useful to you. Yuanwu looked at Jing Liuli and said calmly. Other than this Lonely One will tell you all the cultivation theories I know, including some of the unique cultivation methods of the imperial family. Ding Ning has taught you cultivation. You are the best disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. So in a certain sense, you will be the direct disciple of Wang Jingmeng, Bailey Sushue, and this Lonely One. Jing Liuli just listened quietly. These words did not cause any ripples in her mind. What do you want me to do? She continued to look up into Yuanwu's eyes and asked. Destroy the Yang. Yuanwu said simply, if the Yang dies, the Qi will die. The Qin dynasty will rule the world. This is what Minister Li wants to do the most. Jing Liuli shook her head. You are paying too much. Because this Lonely One does not have confidence. The Yuanwu emperor slowly exhaled, and looked in the direction of Jiaodong Commandery with his hands behind his back. There is no news of the empress. In the past many years, this Lonely One has never fought alone, and has never lacked confidence. Jing Liuli smiled scornfully. You think that I will help you against Ding Ning in the future? That is just a possibility. The Yuanwu emperor also smiled scornfully. In the future, if this lonely one truly loses to him, there must be at least one person in the world who will not do as he thinks, or rather, someone who dares to be his enemy. Not if they will, but if they dare. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.